Ainsley, here's something from 6 years ago that might help you while we're waiting to start up. Who knows? 6 years ago might still work.
No, don't play that right now. That will be... Nope, not dealing with that right now. Mm-hmm. We are good. There we are. There we are. All right. Hello, everyone. I'm AD Springer, also known as Corbinian. This is the Electric Metropolis video game tour, and today we will be playing Lex Arcana Susurros Alienorum. As our custodes have met with the prefect of Caesarea and figured out and learned, well, yeah, they've learned of some of the plights and dangers that lurk after their rather eventful sail across the Mediterranean, the Inner Sea. They have only just now stepped out into the midnight air, and they spied, looming over the sky to the ignorance of many, a burning black comet.
Ah, right. We were supposed to go meet with our contact, or the woman we found at the market.
Right.
Yes.
Prefect Varro, that's who it was. That's whom it was. So, starting from the steps of the prefect's palace, what do you do?
The woman that we met earlier at the market said she had a house nearby that we were going to arrange a meeting in once we were done with the prefect. So, subtly ignoring the comet in the sky, what good can we do just by looking at it? Nothing, I guess, you know? You guys want to go back to the market?
I think that our interview took most of the day, but she told us where to meet her, right?
She
I
did.
think she did, yeah.
You guys asked where her home was, yeah.
Yeah. So let us proceed there to see what she can tell us. 'Cause she was the lover, paramour, whatever of
One of the Lex Arcana
cohorts.
fellows who were here.
Cohorts, yeah. Pull up my notes.
Speaking of which, Corby, quick question.
Oh.
We did request from Prefect Varro records of the Lex Arcana that were sealed here.
Mm-hmm.
Remind me real quick, did we glance or glean anything from those? And were they written by the same fellow that this lady mentioned to us? Perhaps?
You haven't stepped foot inside the records room. You literally just got done.
Ah, right.
You just got done talking to the guy.
Right. We got permission to go in there. I thought he gave us something immediately. No, but okay. No, that's fine.
No. Yeah, you just had permission to go in there, into his sealed records. Yeah. Which is a normal thing for you to ask for, and prefects usually hang on to stuff like that locally for the for imperial use. The fact that you asked nicely is politic. Like, technically, there's no asking. You can just do it. It's yours. But it's like, we'll ask. Let us do it. We're not trying to. We're being polite. Which is a lot of Roman politic. We're allowed to do the thing, and we could make you, but really we should ask and give you the chance, even the illusion of saying no.
But so yeah, let's go to the market then and find her house.
So, you make your way through the streets. and you find them quite quiet and muted. A few lights here or there of late night activities, like various drinking houses or some bathhouses are by this time bathhouses are just have been closed up for the most part. They just have like a few lights for security reasons, but for the most part, a lot of the city's dark. And the further and further you get from the Prefectorial Palace, it gets darker and darker, and the lights become rarer and rarer, which is normal for a Roman city. People don't have much reason to be out and about when there's no light. I mean, people could walk around with portable light, but what are you going to do with the night, really, other than certain activities? Everyone knows where to find those places. The whole time, you can feel that thing over you. It's hard not to see it because it's bigger. It's bigger than the moon is. Eventually, you get to the market. It's remarkably quiet. Some stalls have been taken down because they're fairly lightweight and there's not a whole lot to them. But some are permanent enshrinements of whatever business is there because they have to put out a lot of stuff. So it's just better just to leave it all out. I mean, who's going to steal a bunch of lumber or stone? It's just easier for the seller or the vendor to just leave their stuff out. And at this point, in the dark of night, without anyone to direct you, I will ask for a roll.
Navigation by chance?
I'll take navigation.
Excellent.
Good.
Yeah. 2 1s there, so only 7.
Okay, not so good.
You are feeling a bit turned around with the dark of night looming over you, and a lot of the market peeled away, and there's no flow of people. There's a lot of little side alleys and turns, and some of the landmarks she gave you, they're helping, but you're not sure if you're supposed to have taken a left back there, or you're supposed to take a left later, or was it it's a left. That part you got. But shoot, where's that left? Because if you do that first turn wrong, you're gonna get all turned around. Because you try it once, and you find yourself back in the street, and it's like, no, that's the wrong one. You go back in, and then you don't remember what she said. And the problem is she doesn't live in a very prominent building, so and all the buildings kind of look alike in the dark.
So we are lost. I think we could... how do you guys feel about barging into, knocking on someone's house and, asking if they know her? I mean, she is a merchant at the market. Maybe somebody out there knows her.
Why, instead of asking for her, we just ask for where we know we're trying to find?
Or that. You are correct.
Either of those work for me, honestly.
Oh, why don't you go up to one of the doors and knock?
Sure.
You're our face.
I will go and knock on a door to ask about... What was her name again? I forget her name.
Ensley, did you write it down?
We didn't get it.
We didn't get it. Oh, okay.
Yeah, again, I don't think we mentioned her name, though. I mean, even if our characters know it, let's just, we know where we're headed. Let's say, how do you get to wherever?
Sure.
I'll call for the society as you go around trying to knock on doors and bother people in the in the middle of the night as random strangers in nice clothes. It's like, what?
Does decorum apply?
Yeah, you are.
Like,
Look, I know it's the middle of the night. Sorry to disturb you, but you know, need some directions.
Sorry to disturb you. My friends and I are lost, you see. Not bad.
A couple people either don't answer or they don't know what you're talking about. But after politely knocking on some doors and asking around a bit, eventually someone's like, "Oh, go left there, near the little such and such, and then turn right there." And that's when it lights up for you. It's like, okay, you walked by that like maybe 5 minutes or so ago. It's like, okay, now you know where to go. And you manage not to irritate anybody enough to make a fuss. I mean, you irritated a couple people, but it's late enough that they don't care. It's like, huh? What? I'm going to sleep. Bye, you know. But eventually someone's like, oh, you seem like lost travelers. Sure, I'll point you the right way. Which, for a town like this, isn't that unusual. This is... The response from people was a lot more lost tourists again sort of look. With a few accusatory glares at Tiberius because they recognize a fellow Mauritanian, like, what the...
Oh,
don't you know you're around town? Jeez, like, I'm not from here.
I'm from like
fair
Atlas over there.
Fair enough.
But you're eventually able to make your way to the fishmonger's home. It is not surprising that you had a hard time finding it. It is basically nestled between two other buildings. It looks like every other house, but you think about it, yes, this is the place she said. Once you're standing in front of the building, it's, yes, she described it looked like this, and it has a little pot of plant of some sort of purple flower outside over the door, which is pretty fancy.
Perfect.
She's doing all right. She can afford to just hang random plants outside her house. It's not amazing, but you know, it's better than most places.
Yeah, fair enough.
The door waits in front of you.
I shall knock. Or like 3 quick little knocks, you know?
Your knocks echo in the narrow streets.
Check real quick, like, is the door open as in a way like I can push it and it opens, or is it closed, locked?
It donks against something. There's some latch. So there's a simple latch keeping it closed.
I'll knock again.
Your knock echoes in the narrow streets.
Is the door latched?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay, in that case, wait maybe a minute more, and if nobody replies, I'd like to pull out my Pugio and try and slip under the latch and take it off.
Sure. Give me Coordinatio.
Coordinatio. Well, I don't want to. What's my Coordinatio anyway?
Hmm?
That's a base skill, right? Coordination. Okay. Yeah.
Yes.
Oh god, Roll20 is acting really slow for some reason.
Because you talk crap about it.
Yeah, I was doing some weird stuff last night.
Goodness gracious. 7.
And you knock it up. And the door opens. And you see a lady just kind of jump back because you're kind of still in the middle of like trying to nudge the thing open and you just got it. So you're kind of pointing your weapon kind of off her side. She just kind of jumps back, seeing you there. Ah, hello.
I'll put my weapon away. Sorry, ma'am. Did not mean to scare you. You were not answering, and I assumed the worst.
Oh, sorry. I think you were coming. I fell asleep. Look, come in from the street, please.
Thank you.
She steps out of the way to let you into her home.
I'll go in. Does she have like a chair or something we can sit down?
Little stools, yeah. You see a bare flickering light on the table. Like, she must have gone to light it and then set it on the table, and then you were probably fiddling with it while she was half asleep. I'll note, if she was like awake, she would have seen you sticking your thing in there and hitting the latch because it would be visible, but she was so tired she just didn't register until she was at the door and opened.
Oh well, what's a little breaking and entering among friends, huh?
Please sit. Make yourself comfortable. And she goes to push the door closed and relatches it.
Thank you for your hospitality.
Oh, right. Water. 1 second.
Water, okay.
And she
Please don't worry.
wanders off half asleep, rubs at her eyes. And she goes to fetch everyone a cup of water, just out of politeness. You see, she said for herself a little saucer of wine. Sips at it. Oh. So, I'm not used to this much company, but I'm glad, you came.
We had things to discuss, ma'am. Regarding your paramour, was he?
Yes.
Tell us about him.
Marcus was in the Lex Arcana. Very proud to have been selected.
He should have been. It's a very rigorous selection.
Yeah. He didn't tell me a lot about his work. He couldn't. He'd try to visit at least once a year. And then I got the letter that he had died in service. Couldn't even tell me where. Only that he had died honorably.
Do you know where?
Ours is a difficult calling for those who love us. This is sadly true.
Yeah.
You mentioned in the market that he had told you something if you should ever meet others of the cohorts.
Yes, he did. Well, to look for you and to warn, to assist you. I heard it in dreams. He would come back to me in the company of his fellow Cantabarum. Perhaps it was his way of wanting me to help you, I guess. Even if he didn't actually get to come back. She stares into her wine for a second, slowly waking up, and tear just very tiredly falling out of her face. Like, because she's looking at Tiberius, but you get the feeling she's trying not to look at him too much, because in the light, in the dark, she cannot help but see her husband in his face. He's like a ghost in the dark, which is both hooray, but also very depressing at the moment.
Do you know where your husband served in the Empire?
Last he said he was going to Britannia.
And has the news said that he perished there or somewhere else?
They couldn't tell me. You guys know that at certain point, if he died and they're not telling family, he probably died because of some forbidden ritual or something, and stuff like that's very tightly controlled.
I will kind of meaningfully glance at the other two when Britannia is mentioned.
I'll return the gaze.
Given the druid that was around. Not that I want to mention that in front of her.
Well, your husband, he never told you anything about what he investigated, right? You said closely kept secrets?
He'd tell me what he could on his journeys. He'd talk around it, of course. Yeah, but he saw Egypt, the pyramids. He was very proud of that. He saw the old temples in Macedonia. That was... Got a little dark when he talked about the temples, though. Not sure why. I learned, not to press him too hard. I wanted him to just relax and, have somewhere safe to be. Not have to worry about imperial duties. So.
Did he tell you to warn us against anything specifically?
The dream, yes. What was it? She starts waking a little bit when you ask her that. Her
Take your
eyes
time.
start darting around. And, yeah, you're just down a tiny bit. The prefect, he prays with empty hands. This is why I didn't want to say it out in the street. I was told many times by him, that to honor the gods, always, one's supposed to, right? But he said it wasn't just a nicety, it was a thing that could save my life. That anyone who prays with empty hands either doesn't care for themselves or doesn't care about the Empire, and the latter should frighten me more. I don't know what to do with that. How could one not trust their own prefect? But I see it in dreams every night.
I will raise an eyebrow at that question, but say nothing. Or remark nothing on it. Anything else you can remember about these dreams?
He, it's something about seeing truth in others' lies. The dreams are so vague. Can't remember them clearly. Something... I see my husband trying to drink from a hollow vessel and saying he got it from the prefect. Saying I shouldn't drink from an empty vessel, it's bad luck. Which she's saying something that's kind of a common thing. Yeah, it's more usually a drinking thing. If you're going around drinking and someone has an empty vessel or an empty jug, it's bad luck to drink from one. If you know it's empty, you can feel it because it'll feel empty. You're supposed to get it either. You're supposed to set it down and stop drinking for the night because if it's empty, you probably emptied it and you forgot. Or you should get it refilled and have some more fun. But in the context of where you are now, maybe it has a different meaning.
Whole different meaning, perhaps. Dear oh dear.
And in your dreams, do you see a great black comet in the sky?
What's a comet?
A streak of light shooting across the evening sky, clear to anyone who witnesses it.
Yeah, actually, well, I don't know if it's a comet, like you're talking about. The night sky in the dreams looks, like there's a hole in it. Which,
Perhaps that's a better metaphor. But a black hole.
I suppose.
Darker than dark?
Yeah. It's like a void, like a well that's hasn't seen the sun. Just deep blackness that just almost never ends. Although there is an end, of course, wells. Although I don't know what sort of end there'd be in a sky. Ugh. That's a disturbing thought.
So, it sounds to me as if Marcus trusted not the prefect.
Not that I'm saying that, he was treasonous or anything. This is from the dreams, but
No. Fear not.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, despite all that the gods and good emperors can do, people remain people, and not all are always perhaps what ideally they should be. Not saying that your prefect is, but I did want to ask, beyond the dreams, you're in the marketplace every day. What is the general feeling amongst the populace regarding the government here? The local government, the prefect.
Trade's been slowing down lately. Markets fluctuate. But some people say he's been too withdrawn in the superstitious. So it's harder to get things done. But a lot of times, he's let the temples just rot over, which just feels like bad luck. I've been sticking to the shrines here in the city rather than going to the ones on Temple Row. It's just, there was a time when you used to be able to go down there, even at night, and you could pray to Mercury or Mars or Diana, and now it's just not. It's not that it's not safe. It just doesn't feel safe, and that's just, that doesn't make people feel good, and it makes people a little more nervous about thievery and disorder and things like that. So everyone's a little on edge, and everything just feels slower, I guess is the feel. I'm not sure how else to put it. I've been selling fine, but people who sell luxuries, I know a couple up the street, they sell jewelry. Very handcrafted jewelry, beautiful. I think it would look very good on some of you. She looks right at Tiberius and looks down. Sips at her wine.
You seem to be handling all of it relatively well.
Like Marcus says, busyness is virtuous, so I make myself busy.
We were given to understand that the Tribune Verena blames the state of the temples on the priests who have been since dismissed and exiled.
I heard something about that, yeah. Some Imperial, Tribune had come by, last month or so and started, pushing all the priests out. I knew that, some people were actually trying to prepare for nicer clothes for new priests coming from afar. Because, once new people move in, generally they need new stuff. They don't bring everything they own with them. Or they want to look local, Not that there's anything wrong with that. She looks at two of you who aren't from here.
Mm-hmm.
I smile a bit.
And
which is weird. There's a Inquisitore, one of your there's an investigator, an Inquisitor that's here. I forget his name. But I would have thought he would have been the one to say something like that. I wasn't aware the Tribune was the one that did that sort of thing. And when she says that, you all know, without rolling, that for most places, the local authorities deal with magical problems. It's law and order by other means. Who cares? But big cities sometimes will have, or like a prefectural capital, or even a regional capital, provincial capital, they'll have a tribune or quaestors or aediles and stuff like that, or like centered around stuff. And then they'll have, because of Lex Arcana, there'll be an Inquisitor. They're more like, think of them as like watchmen on watchtowers. They're nice to have around. They'll raise the flare if something's wrong and say, hey, you should send to Rome that something's wrong in your region. Or they'll keep an eye out for stuff like that. And that's right. For a big city like this, an Inquisitor probably should have said hello to you at some point, especially at a prefectural meeting. Because they would have known you were here. They would have, if nothing else, just to say hi. Like, hi, here's the latest. And it just only dawns on you now, oh yeah, you haven't run into the Inquisitor the whole time you were there.
That's curious, yeah.
Were we aware that there was an Inquisitor present before now?
now that you've been reminded, it's almost like you forgot, which is weird. That's drilled into you. It's like checking in with it's like anyone checking on the limes. You check in at a local watchtower to see what's going on. It's just, you don't have to. It's not required. It's just a good idea.
Right.
The fact that you only just remembered is odd.
Madam, do you know where the Imperial Inquisitor makes his stay?
Yeah. Marcus introduced me to him once. At the, there's a roadside, inn, the House of the Painted Comet. Oh, hey. She points. Comet. But yeah, it's little place. Apparently he goes. Marcus used to go there every time before he left, and he said this. If things got really, really bad, or if I saw anything, I should go there. But once I heard the Inquisitor was missing, I figured maybe, things weren't exactly right. I mean, you start hearing
He's
things.
missing then.
Huh? Yeah, no.
Was that... What was the Inquisitor's name? Do you remember?
It's been so long. Sorry, I really wish I don't know why I feel so foggy.
Do I know?
Well, we did wake you from a sound sleep.
Do I by chance remember who the Inquisitor should be here?
Give me a roll of Ingenium.
Ingenium?
Yep.
Okay. One moment.
Yeah, you know the one in Rome, but then again, that was one of the main instructors back at the Scalara, so of course you knew who that was. But this guy, you don't remember. The one you'd have a better time knowing the one in Carthage, or not Carthage, but like where Carthage was, because that's where the capital is. Yeah, no, it's the guy for Caesarea. You don't remember.
Can Corvus take a shot at remembering?
You can try, yeah.
Hell, could I take a shot at remembering as well?
You could, yeah. As you all start muttering between each other, like, wasn't it this guy? No, he's for He's for Londinium. Oh, right. The Britannian name kind of gives it away, sort of thing. Like, who was the guy in Caesarea? Caesarea's a major port. How are we struggling to remember this guy's name?
Fate has intervened.
Sweet.
For a 9 total.
Still, that gets you up to the next difficulty level.
Yeah, so a total of 9 on me.
And 6 for me.
You put your heads together and think it out.
Ow! Clonk.
And actually, it strikes you as you think more and more about it. Wait a minute. The provincial capital of Mauritania is Caesarea. It's kind of in the name, because it's named the most importantly. Some people think Tingius is better. Tingius, because it has the light. It's the major lighthouse set that narrow of the Mare Ibericum. It's where you can get over to Iberia and stuff like that. But Caesarea is kind of more central to the area. It's the most wealthy city. Carthage is the capital of Numidia, so it's weird that you kind of mix that up. But now that you're able to narrow it down, you're able to kind of talk out. There's only so many Watchtower guys because there's only so many capitals, and there's only 600 of you. But the Watchtower guys are worth remembering, especially since you were heading this way in the first place. It'd be a good idea to have, I don't know, looked up the guy you should say hi to.
Right.
Just if nothing else, if nothing's wrong, at least to say hi and say, is there anything to report? Is there any news? Is anything wrong? It's Lucerna Caligio. Lucerna, sorry, I said his name wrong. Sorry.
Lucerna Caligio.
Hello? Copy pasta?
Hello.
I just copy pasted his name. Right click.
It's coming now.
Copy. Oh, there it goes.
I'll turn to my comrades and say visiting his quarters might not be a terrible idea. If he has indeed gone missing, perhaps a clue lies there hidden.
And any idea how long he's been missing? I ask. And let's get this woman's name.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, good plan.
Her name is... Hell, I forgot it, and I was looking at it. Because I was expecting somebody to ask me.
We just don't care enough about
yeah,
the poor woman.
Her name's Miki. Mekki.
Okay. So yes, Miki, do you have any idea how long the Inquisitor has been missing?
It's, well, I haven't heard from him in 3 weeks. I mean, I haven't gone looking for him, but I haven't heard him. I usually see him around in the market once in a while, but I haven't seen him at all. And if what you say is, yeah, and the thing you told me about the Tribune, that would have been something he would have done, I would think. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure that's what he's supposed to do. And she's right. The Tribunes can do investigations, but if there's a Lex Arcana agent already here, or custode rather, then they're the person to ask. If nothing, either they will say you should seal off stuff or this is illegal, or they'll say you should get my supervisor from Rome, or you should get Contabarum down here.
Trying to see. I thought for sure that they told us when everybody was disappeared. Okay, the first hallucination started about 2 weeks before the disappearances. Tomb robberies spiked about 5 days ago. Does anybody have a note about when the disappearances happened?
I think the prefect also said somewhere in the ballpark of 3 weeks ago that they started, and the last one was, if I recall correctly, I could be terribly wrong, the last one was rather recently as well, no?
No, all three of them disappeared on the same day.
Oh.
Missing. Yeah, I don't have in my notes when they went missing, just that the people started seeing things about the comet at the salt cistern and the forum about 2 weeks before the disappearances. The tomb robberies spiked recently, about 5 days ago. Now let's see what Miki knows. Have you heard of other missing magistrates or officers?
Yes. What was it? It was the there was the Port Authority magistrate, Severus. I haven't seen him at all. Usually he comes by to check. I mean, he's not due to check on our stalls for another week, but he usually comes by to check to make sure everything's fine, that no one smuggled anything, the fish quality's good. I mean, he doesn't bother me much because I source locally, but people who ship things from elsewhere, he usually talks to them.
Sounds like a man who takes his duties seriously.
Very nice man, though. He actually gave me a tax break above and beyond the widower amount. Just just to help me out.
Any idea about how long ago was no longer seen around and about?
I'd say I haven't heard his name spoken for like 3 weeks, which is weird. I mean, it's only monthly he checks anyway, but he makes himself known. If anything's wrong, he'll check with the magistrate.
Of course, and the regular presence of such a magistrate tends to, in and of itself, discourage illegal activity.
Mm-hmm. Another one, what was his name? Linnea. Linnea was actually a frequenter of my stall. They worked at the Civic Records office. I think they were an archivist. I haven't seen them for a while. And they were a regular. They loved fish.
Also for around 3 weeks?
Yeah, now that you mention it.
Marcus would be very proud, Miki. You are being of tremendous help to us.
Oh, thank you. She looks over at Tiberius again and then closes her eyes, takes a breath, and looks at Yulia randomly and just kind of smiles and nods like she didn't just do that.
Friends, should we retire for the night?
I think so.
I fear roaming the city at night, despite the fact that we are in the heart of the Empire. Well, not the heart of the Empire, but in the Empire, should be dangerous.
How far away is this House of the Painted Comet, and how do we get there? I'll ask Miki.
It's just across the way from the old shrine.
Old shrine?
Yeah, it's she gives directions and you get an idea it's like here.
Okay.
The one that they rededicated to Jupiter.
Ah, yes. Where are we now? Could you ping on the map?
Up here.
The city proper.
The city proper. Okay.
Yeah.
So this is a decent ways out of town, I'm guessing.
Yeah, it's a roadside inn sort of thing. There's a couple that get further and further out as you get along the road. This is I don't want to go into the city. I just want to lay down real quick. And being across from the Temple of Jupiter, you're probably safe. See also why that's probably where the Watchtower guy would rest. It's like it's a way if the city goes to crap, at least the Lex Arcana are still around. Sort of
Did
thing.
we come here with our horses on the boat or no horses?
You wouldn't bring horses on a boat that actually that boat, because you took that boat, they would be able to bring your horses. But in future reference, even if you are lacking horses, you could usually grab horses locally because you have imperial authority.
Yeah, and we can't. And I know Yulia and I came into town on post horses, so they would have been left at the station, whatever it's called.
Yeah, the Mancios.
Yeah.
Oops, wrong thing.
So do we also can we claim quarters from government places or the barracks of legions or any of that if we want to, or do we?
You're of the Legion. You can lay your head down in any Imperial barrack just to show your bona fides and go, "Yep, I'm with the Legion. I need somewhere to sleep."
Nice.
All right. Do we want to do that, or do we want to perhaps?
We are incognito, aren't we?
Not since we arrived in town. That was the travel. Since then, we didn't disguise ourselves having an audience with the prefect or any of that. And
I'm fine with crashing in a Legion headquarters then, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I was gonna. Do we want to do that, or do we want to get rooms in an inn or equivalent in town?
Well, why spend money? I guess a Legion place.
Well,
is safe as
yeah,
any.
and also that would be as we're kind of walking. I'll be talking low and go that if it turns out that something is amiss with Pharaoh, I think his name was.
Yes.
Yeah, with Prefect Vero. Not a bad idea to, at least in the beginning, act as if we don't suspect anything. So sleeping in military quarters would serve that purpose well.
I agree. So, I think we can grab a couple of horses and make our way towards the Temple of Jupiter. Across the road is the barracks, is that correct?
No, that was the end of the comment where the Inquisitor lodged.
Where can we find the nearest barracks?
Probably within the city.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Major
Then
city
I
like
suggest we
this, they'd
walk.
keep the barracks inside.
Yeah.
Yeah. Suggest we walk.
Let's go.
Actually, well, technically,
some
it'd be just
officers'
outside
quarters.
of the Pomerium of the city, because you're not supposed to have
Right.
military stuff in civil places. But it's
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go claim some officer quarters. Seems
easily
like
done.
they're low on troops anyway, so. But then, I think in the morning we head to the temple district and kind of examine these temples and then the Inquisitors' lodgings.
As the three of you go to sleep in your barracks, Octoritus for all of you.
No, the dump stat, not the dump stat.
It's not my dumb stat.
Neither is mine.
It's not my dump stat. It's not my dump stat. Me.
Yeah, well, me. Yeah, there we go. Get some.
Tiberius,
Yeah, what's up?
in your dreams,
I see that town.
you and your wife stand side by side on a dock on a moonlit night, holding hands and just enjoying each other's company as you watch the water recede and crash back, glittering with glass. And then, as the sun rises, it feels like something important was forgotten. Your wife turns to you, worried and afraid. Kind of holds your hands, just finding some sort of safe place to hold to, which, you're her husband, you're a pretty big dude. You're not exactly you're a bastion of safety, if nothing else. as you watch the waves wear black and the winds turn red. And the face of your wife wears the mask of the dead. And thus you
Ugh.
wake.
In a cold sweat, I will assume.
In a cold sweat.
Make a note to myself that I really should visit my wife when all this is over, just to make sure that no one's screwing me around here.
Morning light on your fate! You hear an officer rousing other people in the barracks, and it's muffled for you guys because you're in the officer part of the building, but you can hear the shout of someone getting the troops, and you hear lots of commotion below you as people are getting ready for the new shift, and you can see the slow march of night shift coming in to take their turn to sleep.
Out of the hammocks! Out of the hammocks! Here I come with a clear conscience and a sharp knife. Out of the hammocks!
And some servants come by to set down a bit of wine, a bit of a few dried fruits to kind of start your day.
Right, friends. What is the plan? Are we visiting that inn across the temple today and asking around?
Seems like as good a place to start as any, and also, I think it might be worth our while to go into the temple district itself while we're in that area and
Ask about the priests?
Yes, and examine the temples for ourselves.
I wish we had Calypso here. All this business with the gods, it makes me feel uneasy.
And dreams. We could use her abilities, certainly, but she should be joining us before too long.
Speaking of dreams, I had a disturbing dream last night.
Did you?
My wife wore a mask of the face of the dead and said that something important has been forgotten. I don't suppose you think she meant it literally, perhaps, that we forgot something.
Hopefully not.
I should hope so as well.
It could be, but think of how we, or at least I, simply didn't remember that there should be an Inquisitor here, and how difficult we found to recall his name.
Do you remember Gallia? Our memories were stretched thin, just like they are here, difficult to remember.
Exactly what I
slipping
was
through our
thinking.
fingers.
And Marcus's last known posting, assuming he was able to tell Mickey the truth about that, was in Britannia. And I also remember in Gallia the dark line running from Britannia towards Mauritania. This
Right,
may be connected. Or not. Lord knows. Gods know I'm no augur, but...
I wouldn't dare to assume Calypso's position either, but the signs don't point to anything good, do they?
I agree.
Nor does that absence in the sky.
Yeah, GM, how's the sun looking today?
A bit overcast.
Is it there? Like, can we see it behind the clouds? The big yellow disc?
Ow. Yep. Yeah, it's there, all right. Ow.
Okay.
He burned himself on the sun! He flew too high.
Thank you, Helios. I mean, Mercury.
Apollo, I think, isn't it?
I mean, Apollo.
I wasn't sure, so...
Look, regionally they're different. It's okay. Don't worry about it. It's the same thing.
Ra!
Anyway.
It's Ra! I'm pretty sure that Ra is the sun god.
Alright, well, what little daylight we have is burning. At least the rains haven't started yet like they were in Gallia. The incessant black rains.
So yes, let us requisition some decent horses and
Yes.
head to the temple district. And what is F?
That's the public
Again?
forum.
Okay.
Oh.
That's the salt cistern.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then the forum.
And those of you watching this side of it, there is a faded thing. That's the GM layer. They can't see that. That's how I know where everything is.
Just perhaps, if anyone has mentioned it, do we know what sort of activities go down at this forum? Is it like a marketplace, or is it debates, or what's going on there?
It's where it's where the big political debates happen. It's also
Oh,
it's
okay.
also a place where court things would happen. Like if you're seeing like jurists do things, there's anything that's political that the public should be able to see. It usually happens
And
there.
provincial movers and shakers, probably the provincial senate or
Oh,
magistrates.
prefectural senate
Yeah.
anyway. Oh no, there would be provincial.
Yeah,
You're
and
right. You're 100% right. Actually, I have it backwards. Yeah.
yeah, and courts and all that good stuff.
Yes.
And there have been visions there, so maybe we go forum, temples, inn, because that's kind of. And S over here.
That's the ancient shrine.
Oh, right. And this is the shanty town.
Yeah.
Okay. So do you want to? How do you guys feel about forum, temples, inn?
Yeah, that sounds
That's
good
a
to
good
me.
idea.
Okay. Yeah, that's the plan.
And thus, you leave the Himerium of Caesarea, and very shortly arrive without much walk, without much travel, to the public forum. And forums are usually are one of the places you would see the wealth and ancient regime of the empire. It is, the great works of marble, sometimes little statues to show off certain people. Some forms will have like a central guy that's dedicated to, but generally they're just really nice buildings because it's, well, frankly, where all the rich people go to talk about how to run the world. So, they like
The
being sort
center
of a
of
nice
public
thing.
life.
Yeah, like why wouldn't you go there? You want it to look nice. This place looks like there's no one here. Nobody. There's not a minor dispute going on. There isn't a play. There isn't some tribune doing a vote. There isn't even a bunch of kids playing around, because you're not really supposed to play there, kids. But if there's nothing going on, it's a public forum. It's empty space. As long as the guards don't catch you, you're fine. And the guards aren't too worried about a public forum. It's an open air thing, right? But yeah, there's nobody here. Not a soul. You're the first ones. And it's early when you get there because it's still morning. But, like, somebody should be here. Especially morning. There should be something going on. It's big provincial capital like this.
Yeah.
Something should be happening. Anything should be
Yeah,
happening. Part of it may be excused by the fact that the prefect has sealed himself up. So some government functions have been paused. But not all of them. Like, regular tax stuff has to happen. Regular law has to happen.
Yeah, and if we're up with the Legion, then this is still the time of day where patrons and their clients should be parading around.
Yeah. There's no one.
Oh, and side note, Corvus is in war gear. He's wearing his chainmail with the muted surplus he bought over it.
You are armed and ready for war.
Because I am on duty now. Hardcore.
I'll keep out of war uniform just for now.
Likewise, I'll be wearing a civilian outfit.
So you two look like two well-to-do people walking around with a member of the Legion. That's not the weirdest thing in the world in a provincial capital. So he draws attention, because he's armed. But it's like, yeah, well, there's plenty of armed people here.
Is there anything on this forum? Like, are there adverts? Are there anything else? Or is it just barren and empty?
This here, some guy washes his teeth with Spanish piss. Whatever.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's a general...
No guy shouting true Roman bread for true Romans, no?
Yeah. Hashtag Catullus, listeners. Check him out.
That'd be another thing, too. Like, if you were politicking, and there's always an election around some corner, this is the place you'd kind of go to, and people go, yeah, if I want to be tuned into what local politics going on, or even if in this area, you want to know what provincially is going on, well, just pop over to the public forum. You know, and hell of it, you could while away an afternoon or a morning, you know, just hearing what's going on. Get yourself a bit of awareness, and there's nobody here. There are like little scrawls here there that are normal, but I believe that if you want to find something of use, an investigation roll is appropriate. This site has been visited by many, so the difficulty number is 9. And the thing you're trying to figure out is how complicated. I have to look at what happened at the forum. Mind you, timeline-wise, what has happened, because I have to be careful not to do stuff that has yet to happen. I suppose I could and do temporal whiminess, but I'm trying to spare you that. I do enough to you as it is.
Thank you.
Yes, it'd be Dicienta, of course. But I have to tell you how many successes you're gonna get. I will say, you need at least 6 successes total.
Oh, I am no good at that.
I'm not great, but I did bump it actually a little bit, so I'm better than I was.
I'm decent at this, Scientia, as well, so I could help with this potentially.
The only way I could help is if the gods intervened twice, and I'd have to roll 3s on all of them.
Like, I'm not fantastic, but
Okay, I did hit a 10, and if people are assisting, it does lower the difficulty, the target number.
well, I tried to assist.
1,
Very good.
2, 3.
3 hits, and we need 6.
I'm not gonna roll. I'm rolling a 3. It's I don't know. It's not worth rolling. Maybe.
I mean, with the D3, it's a high probability of. I mean,
I can try.
The fates might intervene.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is 1
They
and
have-
3.
They have not.
Yeah. It is 33.33 repeating, of course. All right, so there's one crack. Let's do the second crack. Yeah, 7.
4.
1. Yulia?
Sorry, my mouse is being annoying and it wants to double click everything.
My headset, your mouse. There you go. I think that's 6.
5, 6. Yep.
Fate intervenes, so we
Yeah,
might...
fate intervenes, so yeah, let's get extra. Degrees of success might help.
True.
There we go. It did not intervene. Further.
13. I think 12 is the next step up. Yeah.
Oh, cool.
So,
Never mind.
you look around the area. Exploration roll was inappropriate because it's a public forum. There's not much to explore. It's all open air.
Yeah.
But investigation, people have, when you investigate the area, it does look like people have come and gone here over the last few weeks. So people do come here. But what stands out is a couple things. One, of course, is the fact that this place hasn't seen activity for the last 3 weeks or so. Most of the tracks you're seeing are like random animals that come by, which is also not terribly great. The people are supposed to be keeping this place clean. It's not filthy, but it's dirtier than it really should be allowed to be for a public forum, just because people generally will walk around, or some servants will come around to scrub the stones every once in a while. I mean, like once a day, but still, it's a thing you do to make the empire look good. Cleanliness is next to godliness, sort of thinking, right? But especially for important places like that, and but that kind of mars some of the investigation, just because it's. But well, actually, the other way around. It's some of the stuff that would have been cleaned has been left behind, and so that gives an opportunity to notice things, such that it looks like some time ago there was some sort of scuffle here.
Yeah.
Of what manner, as it were?
A skirmish of no more than 10 people or so.
Swords, fisticuffs.
You don't see blood. You see lots of scuffs in the dirt and bits of clothing that were likely torn away during struggles. Details are hard to find because you're in an open forum, right? There's no furniture to walk into. But there's those little telltale signs, those scuffs, that bit of leather on the ground.
Any way we can tell about how long ago?
Within the last month, easily. It would seem a smaller group was assailed by a larger group.
Signs of a struggle, yet fighting in a forum is nothing out of the ordinary, I think, especially if the political debate gets very heated.
Agreed.
Well, but, I mean, that's a question, because in our Rome, in the particularly late Republic, yeah, it wasn't unusual. But what about here? How unusual is it for things in forums to break out into fisticuffs or?
That would be a question of the CNT, I believe.
Oh, that's all you guys.
What about desociete seems to fit more if we're thinking about just like in general how often forms devolve into violence.
I could see the argument, yeah.
Okay. So, could I roll Society then?
You could, yeah.
Okay. I will do that.
Yeah, that's where politics is.
Yeah, politics apply?
Yep.
Cool.
I'm probably of no help, but I might lower your difficulty, so I will try and assist.
My society is pretty big if you want me to roll.
Please.
I have an 11. Oh, jeez.
Leave it to the Ratian to know how to handle politics.
Well, best way to handle politics is at the end of a blade.
There's some.
Just ask Octavius Caesar.
Yeah, it's in this new enlightened Rome, so to speak. it's not as common anymore. Most of the big push and shoving happens in Rome. It gets a little more scuffly in like Gaul and Germania and Raetia. Britannia can get really tense because that's one of the few places in the Empire that's still under constant assailment. Like the Druids are still, and the Celts and the Picts and all that. They're all trying to shove Rome out constantly.
Right.
And some of the people who are on that center are also people who may have relatives, so it gets a little tense up there. Down here, though, Egyptians can get a little tense, but it doesn't get physical. At least not within the political chambers. Here in Mauritania, it's a lot more posturing, a lot more talking around things. If any sort of violence does happen, it would happen in the city or on the road, rather than here. One doesn't air laundry openly when it comes to Mauritania.
Okay.
Even if you did really hate the guy and you want to smuck him one, you wouldn't do it here. It would make you look bad. It would make it seem like you were politically weak, that you had to resort to it here. If you're gonna punch him somewhere else, or hire somebody to punch him. You know, like, are you too poor to hire a mercenary? What's wrong with you?
You'd be surprised.
Yeah, it's not common. Is what I'm getting at. Yeah. And actually, one thing I'll throw at you as well. It does look like the smaller group was fleeing through this space.
I see. Signs point towards somewhere, perhaps, they were fleeing?
It would seem towards this area.
I see.
Actually, no, away from it. I'm sorry, away from it.
Does this look like the larger group, the smaller group, or the whole group?
It's like the smaller group was fleeing from the larger one.
Away from Caesarea.
Mm-hmm.
So aside from that, nothing else on the forum that might spark our interest?
There's 3 sets of what you think may be faded hoof prints in the dust.
Huh. Shod or unshod?
Shod, yeah.
Not everyone can shod their horses, I'm guessing, so...
It's true.
About the same age as the tracks of the scuffle?
Yep.
And which direction do they lead off in?
Away from Caesarea. Yeah. Well, they get stopped short. Like, you barely notice them because there's a lot fewer of them. So it's like the horses look like they were heading into the form, and then it's as if they stopped dead. And plucked off into the sky, because there's no sign of them being led away somewhere.
Didn't we see something? Oh, when the merchant caravan was attacked, and we think it was the giant centurion, because that was where we could see where they hit the ground, but then it looked like they were lifted straight up. Okay, that's what I'm twigging on.
Well, I don't think we'll find much else here, but someone was chased out of here. What do you think?
Well, we do know that this is one of the places where people, according to the prefect, saw quote-unquote hallucinations. I'm guessing it was probably what we saw last night in the sky. So it could have sprung from that, but this does look We should try and find out what happened if we can ever find someone.
Perhaps
yes.
nearby the priests saw something. They were running away in that direction, as it appears.
But the
Why don't we?
priests have been exiled.
Than those who keep the temples.
Yeah, so I think we should head on for sure.
Absolutely.
So you go to leave the forum?
Yeah, towards the temples, I guess.
I will ask of you all a test. Test of your sensibilities.
Well, as long as it's in line with the state curriculum standards, I'm for it.
I was just about to say, I didn't do a test since university. Come on, man. Lay off.
Well, life is a constant test every day of your life. The walls of academia are merely the hone and forge.
There's a 9. Yulia said she'd be right back real quick, so
So her character dies.
Oh, no.
Or abandoning her post. Don't worry about it. There's nothing to see.
Don't worry about it. Okay.
Well, we'll wait till Yulia comes back. She might see something.
Yeah, she might see something. Maybe her eyes are better than ours. We're not the most sensible of idiots, us two.
It's true.
That's what you get for not being from Rome. Or born rich.
Well. Ain't that the damn truth?
Yeah. Not just in ancient Rome either.
So what do you two hope to find in the temples?
That those who keep it have hopefully seen something of that scuffle that went on in the forum. And perhaps we can just speak about... Oh, hello, Yulia.
Yulia, roll sensibilitas.
And a roll above 11.
Yes.
Unless the fates intervene, that is not happening.
Perhaps the fates will.
They did not.
Oh, well.
Don't worry about it. There's nothing to see.
Yeah, don't worry
I
about
see a green edge and I'm like excited for a second, and then I see you roll 2 dice and I'm like not excited anymore.
Yeah.
Don't worry. Everything's fine.
But yeah, so maybe the guys that kept the temple, or that keep the temple now, saw the scuffle. And maybe just we can discuss what happened to those damn priests, Be nice to know, at least.
Yeah, and also just to, we've heard all about how things are run down and everything, so just to lay our own eyes on the state of the temple.
You ride south, away from the forum. Even from a distance, it's not that far a walk from the forum, which kind of makes sense. You kind of want the temples to be close to the places of politic. Devout people are loyal people, as the Empire would want you to believe. And it is here that you see yet more dire news, for you do not see the devotions of Caesarea. You see its remnant. You see 3 temples, quiet as graves. You should be hearing, not maybe huge chanting, there's no ceremony. Well, between the 3 of them, there should be some ceremony of note that'd be worth making noise. And you don't hear it. You don't see a movement. And
Forgive them, Mars, for they have let your father's temples go into ruin.
you see 3 temples, 1 to Mars, 1 to Diana, and 1 to Mercury.
Oh, where's the one to Jupiter? Is that across the inn, right?
That's the S.
That's the S. Yeah, okay. Oh, curses. Even worse. Mars' shrine lies abandoned.
Well, Corvus will check out the temple to Diana, making whatever obeisances are necessary when you enter such a place. And
Alright, Tiberius will check the Temple of Mars.
So 2 of you have split up. Yuli, where do you go?
Is there a temple to Mercury here?
There
or
is.
it just... I'll visit the temple to Mercury then.
And the 3 of you go your separate ways.
immediately splitting the party, much to the GM's delight.
I'll ask of
He
each
loves
of you a bit of Octoritas.
Not the dump stat, no.
Yeah.
Tortas, you say?
I got a 9.
Theoretically a base success.
I got a 3. I did not critically fail, but I didn't exactly do well either.
Oops, I keep clicking the wrong thing. Huh. I know who to bother first. Tiberius.
Mm-hmm.
You stand in a place dedicated to Mars. Its priesthood absent. Its servants and guards away. It is a quiet place. And then it very quickly is not. You! Identify yourself immediately! Cries out a gentlewoman in fine robes who is striding over to you as you stand in the center of the temple.
Give me your name, madam, and I shall give you mine.
I am the Tribune Verena, and you will answer me now under penalty of law. What do you in this place?
I am Tiberius Mauritanius, of the Lex Arcana, and a devoted son of Mars.
Are you then?
I am.
And you had your meeting with the prefect?
I did.
And here you are at the foot of Mars. Is there a war to come? Are your many-fold soldiers going to be marching out from the sea and solve this mess?
No, yet I see my patron deity's temple lie in silent ruins, not as it should be. Are you this temple's keeper or not, woman?
I am the keeper of the people's power.
The people have neglected their care for the gods, or so it would at least appear by the state of this temple.
She's the one that kicked out the priests.
The priests here did not care for Mars as they should. The prefects...
And you care?
Of course I care.
I'll pull out my axe. Then show me. I am ever a loyal son of Mars and of the Empire.
Are you threatening violence against a tribune?
No. I am asking you to prove your devotion to Mars, since you so care for his temple, as to leave it in a state of ruin.
I see that those of the Lex Arcana send legionnaires who do not know the law. I shall report this.
Quote not law at us who wield weapons, and get out of this temple.
And thus the tribune leaves under the threat of violence.
Forgive me you had to see this, Mars, but there was no other way.
In each your turn, you find that faint presence of your tutelary. Though these places have been left neglected, your presence is noted by your patrons, by your by tutelaries. But these places in time will lose the sight of the gods, and something else will likely replace them. Or if the gods go silent, who else will the people turn to?
So, these temples, are they overgrown? With something?
Not yet. In time they will, though, if they're not tended to.
Dusty? Demolished in any sort of way?
Dusty. Some of the old grit and dirt that was here has been, it's still here.
Can I clean Mercury's temple?
You could spend some time cleaning up the temple. It will be a lot of work. You're supposed to have like a bunch of people doing this. But one person, in theory, can clean a temple. You're just going to lose the whole morning doing it.
I'd maybe just like to, dust off the altar and, check that nothing important is broken off or been stolen, God forbid.
Likewise.
Sensibilities. Each of you.
No, not the dumps, Dad. Yeah.
It certainly is my dumb stuff. Oh, hey, but fate intervened. 10. Shocking.
As you examine and clean the altar, yes, only Yulia will benefit from this. You find a bit of paper that's rolled off behind it. and kind of wedged between like that little offering spot and like the statue where Mercury is. Which normally normal daily cleaning this would have been grabbed and like cleaned up just so it's not just sitting there. But you find it. And you see sketched clumsily, but with a lot of furtive focus, you see what looks to be a scalpel, like a very tiny, tiny blade, so it must be a scalpel. Some sort of flame, a elephant tusk, and what appears to be a fascie that's been broken in half.
Interesting.
And then the characters for L and A. And you recognize these. This is a note meant for a Lex Arcana member.
Yeah. So, okay. There's a broken fascia. What are the other ones? I apologize.
Nope, you don't
Scalpel,
get to know now.
a
Damn.
scalpel, a small flame, and an elephant tusk.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you. Scalpel, flame, and elephant tusk. All right. All right then. I will continue cleaning. Or sorry, I'll make an offering at the temple after it's tidied to satisfaction and ponder a bit on the symbolism there.
And Corvus will make an offering as well and promise to see that the temple is cleaned and restored.
You each pay your respects to your temples as much as you can.
So
I'll eventually come out, of the temple and wait for the others.
I'll show them the note.
Ah. A secret message for the members of the Arcana.
Anything we can make heads or tails of?
I mean,
Hmm.
scalpel could signify a physician, or
I do have a level in Decipher under Descientia. I mean, it's only having me rolling 11, but...
You can give it a roll.
Yep, ability to grasp meaning of inscriptions and symbols. Oh, let's just do that. 10.
Hey, that's nice.
These are indicating persons of interest, of investigation. code words indicating either a nickname for the person that's known or whatever their profession might be. The last one indicates someone in power who has broken their power, or is false. The elephant tusk, that could indicate someone from Mauritania or further south in Africanum. It also could be a symbol for ivory, like an ivory dealer, something like that. The flame, that usually is a shorthand for Arcana or Magia in general, so someone who knows magic. But then again, it could also be someone who is religious, like a fervor. And a scalpel that implies a someone who knows the surgical arts in that regard, the cutting up of people and things like that. Not a very popular profession, but it is one that is practiced by either the well-educated or the very evilly meaning. But it also can be used in code to indicate an inquisitor. Because inquisitors, unlike Cantabarums tend to work in groups, as the name would suggest, but inquisitors usually have to work on their own, and they have to surgically decide when to move or when to apply more pressure. They are that fine, tiny point at the end of the entirety of the cohorts of the Arcanum. But if they want more pressure, that's when they call in Cantabarum. If they know a bigger issue is called in.
So in essence, this is the Inquisitor perhaps leaving us a message. Did I get that right?
Could be, or it could be that he is someone that is worth investigating. So if the Faskies, the broken Faskies, indicates someone in power who is false, that could either be the Tribune or the Prefect, or in theory, since lictors are usually the ones who carry the Faskies, could very well mean the missing lictor, Harlos, of Liguria. But they're usually more associated with the office that are, in formal occasions, preceded by the Faskies. Elephant, I don't know. Who's missing? Doesn't seem to line up with anything unless you're going for the Elephant Never Forgets for the Archivist, because we remember we have all the paperwork. Magia, our religious person. But yeah, I think our plan to go next to the inn that houses the Inquisitor's room is probably a good one.
I think so.
So you ride away from the temples.
Yes.
Head to the inn of the Badass Comet, or whatever it is. Painted Comet.
Badass Comet. I like that.
House of the Painted Comet, which you can tell from outside its doors, above its mantle, you see a sketched, what appears to be a comet colored in with fiery red and a big glowing red sphere. And it's kind of a... And it actually looks to be freshly painted. Like they must refresh the paint on it like every day to make it look wet and kind of drippy looking. So it looks kind of, it's a bit of a, it's also showing off you can afford to do that, but it's a little you've seen a couple places in Rome that do that. It's a trend.
Well, it also shows that it's painted every day, so it's the painted comet.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, makes sense.
And stepping inside, rather than the busy and jovial voices you hear at any traveling place, you hear people whispering among themselves at their tables, and people. Some people look up and look back down to whatever it was they're doing. This is a really nice looking place. Just on a quick scan of the Mancio, it looks like a place where traveling senators might pass through. It like really nice decorations and vases. There's like a couple things that some people probably donated to this place to make it look even nicer and to brag to the friends, hey, I bought that, you know. And you see that the patronage of this place, people are of means, but you're not seeing the majesty of senatorial or imperial. Like, you're the most imperial thing in the room right now, the three of you. And that's why Corvus, in his arms and armorants, doesn't draw as much attention as it would otherwise. People do mark him. They'll see, they do a quick check of, he's armed, yes, but has he drawn his weapon? No. Okay, well, I'll leave him alone. He's probably here for some reason, and they go back to the thing. But some people linger a beat extra to see what Corvus is going to do, and then, since he's not attacking anything, they stop. Or he's not shouting a name or something, because another reason an armed person might come into the room is to arrest somebody. Walk into a room and just shout, is so-and-so here? If he is, turn him over, or I'm killing everyone in this room. Because, you know...
You're all under arrest!
Yeah, Legionnaires aren't known for their subtlety, normally. Lex Arcana is far more subtle than the rest of the Legion is. People remark... the whispers continue, though, after... Eventually, the whispers kind of died off for a bit. A lot of people looked in your direction, and then they got back to normal once they realized that you three kind of look like you're the kind of people who would be here.
Eavesdrop a bit. Yeah. Let Yulia see if she can rouse the innkeeper or whatever, and Corvus will kind of hang back and see if I can overhear anything interesting.
For my part,
Yeah.
I'll see.
I'll order something to eat and also have a seat to try and remain inconspicuous.
I'll try to rouse the innkeep and also in addition to that, I'm going to order some food.
Yeah, food does sound like a plan.
Each of you are able to order some decent food. Fresh fish seems to be pretty apparent. Dried fruits, of course. And you're served in relative silence. Almost like the servers who are there are trying not to raise their voices above the whispers too much. Almost like they're trying to listen in as well, but trying not to look obvious that they're doing that. And Yulia, you find yourself the company of the innkeeper here, as it were, a rather stout-looking man. He's in his 50s. One eye seems to be clouded over in injury. You can see various scarring along his rather thick-looking forearms. Good day. Good and well met, he says in Latin. How can I be of assistance to a lady of your stature?
Um, a couple items. Firstly, my party requires.
Quick clarification: is Corvus and Tiberius sitting together, or did you guys purposely split up?
Oh, yes.
I think we came in together, so you know.
Okay. Might as well sit down together.
Yeah, but I am trying to eavesdrop on the whispering conversations around me.
Roger.
So I'll gesture to them. My party needs food, but also I heard that the Inquisitor had been staying here. Is that correct?
Well, I don't know a lot about that sort of thing, honorable lady, but I can get you food. Well enough. And drink. I see some of my servants have already attended to them. Is there anything in particular you would like, perhaps?
What is. So, Jim,
Yeah.
would it be likely that they would. Like, what would be a reasonably high end meal to expect out of an eating place like this?
Fresh food, meats that aren't local, so not seafood. Seafood's cheap here because you can just get it from the city. It's not that far. But something like poultry from Gaul, or a certain type of wheat drink from Egypt, that sort of thing. Anything that is foreign, anything that costs, anything that would be far away from Mauritania. So you're avoiding things that would be from around here.
A meal that isn't fish. I've had my fill of fish lately.
Yeah.
I can pay.
Of course. And he takes out like a little clay tablet from under his counter and sets it down. You see there's other markings in the faint clay. And who you don't need to give coin. Your name will be fine enough. And you are?
Yulia Rufina.
No. He makes like 3 little marks next to your name. Very crude drawings. Must be some way for him to remember who you are. Okay. I'll bring over something fresh out of my larder. He starts humming as he goes off to go fetch you some stuff. As for those eavesdropping, and oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I just said I'll go join the party for now.
I will ask for some sensibilitas, you eavesdroppers, you.
Oh, me? I wasn't dropping any eaves, sir. Honest. 4.
$11.
There you go. So, among the whispers, you hear that people around here are a bit nervous. That there is a lot of worry over the lack of people at temples, and people feel a little scared to go to them these days, which doesn't seem like, it feels like they're compounding on their own misfortune to not go, but at the same time it feels scary to go. people talk about how there are children being born without shadows. And that must be some sort of ill omen. One set of whispers talk about how one of the temple priests, before he was grabbed, saw his own death in a pool of wine. One guy swears to the other that every night he sees a comet coming down on the city, and the other guy just dismisses and goes, I don't see anything. You need to drink less. You need to work way less hard. One guy says that the statue of Mars weeps at high noon. Which gets into a very furtive, like, don't you dare say that. What are you doing? How dare you say that about Mars? Like, I'm not insulting Mars. I'm saying what happened at the statue. You know, don't get mad at me.
Mars or Jupiter? Because we've heard about a weeping statue of Jupiter.
Mars.
Okay.
One guy says that they heard there's salt in the well water. Some bone salt that was found in the village. The Dawn village. Which other guy says, that's... Who knows what's going on down there. Maybe just say it to the city.
Someone heard there was salt in the well water at the Dawn village. Bone salt?
Yeah.
What is bone salt? The player is blanking. Or the player is ignorant.
It's a nice enough way of saying crumbled up bone.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Like, it's not quite... It's almost... one might say bone meal, but it's a little more coarser.
Okay.
So it looks salt-ish. Like, because you can work bone meal down really, really, really fine. But if you leave it a bit coarse, you can kind of, quote-unquote, salt things with a bit of bone.
Okay.
Which with animal bone isn't that weird, but it gets super weird if it's human bone.
Fair.
But, people using bone for stuff isn't that unusual in Tian Rome.
I've learned something new today.
Yulia returns to your table.
Have you found anything out?
He claims not to know anything about the Inquisitor staying here.
Unlikely. We may have to do some convincing.
We should probably corner him later.
Perhaps our diplomas will be enough.
Hopefully.
You think we might have to flash them?
The proprietor himself walks over to your table, laden in succulent meats and well-chosen figs and olives. So some of it is just him showing off he can get stuff from Rome, some of it's stuff from Egypt, some of it's from Iberia. It is an utter wealth of food, fit for a patrician.
Sweet.
He arrays it in front of you guys. Your food, to your merriment, to your good health.
Innkeeper, please, sit with us for a spell.
Well, I'm not sure that'd be appropriate for a man of my station to sit at a table of a patrician.
I'll pull out a chair. Sit,
Please do.
Innkeeper.
And I'll motion him to take the chair.
He'll nod once Yulia gestures, the big guy will kind of very carefully sit down on his stool and kind of adjust it a little bit, and you can hear it creak under his weight, and kind of You can tell these are chairs he didn't mean for him to be able to sit in.
Corvus will pour him some wine.
Oh, thank you. More whispers, mostly about you guys now, because people seem to be surprised the proprietor is sitting with you guys.
The madam here says that you did not wish to speak about the Inquisitor.
Yeah?
Let's just say we would have a vested interest in finding him.
Lucerna Caligo was a comrade of ours.
Was he? That's funny. I've never seen any of you here before.
Fresh from the boat, as it were.
Oh, yeah?
Called in to check upon our comrade, among other things.
I didn't know comrades, were so absent and distant like that. I mean, I would think that if you were of Cantabarum together, you would travel together, so... Not that I'm calling you a liar, I'm just saying that it is unusual.
Should we just show him the damn diploma?
Yes. I grab the diploma and show him.
Give me to society.
Alright. Does decorum apply?
Yes, since you're showing your bona fides, you're kind of formally announcing yourself to this guy, which is a bit above and beyond what he needs, but, you know, you're flashing your badge at him, essentially, and there's a protocol for that.
You know what? Mercury Negotiator. I will spend on that one. Actually, no, let's not. I want to keep that at where it is for now, so heck with it, I'll deal with it then.
I see. How can I be of assistance to your Cantabarum? He looks at the three of you now that he's clued in that the three of you are all legions, just only one of you is obviously armored.
The Inquisitor. He stayed here?
Yeah?
When?
Last he was here was 3 weeks. 3 weeks and 3 days. No. 3 weeks and 4 days.
And after that?
Haven't seen him. Hasn't been by. You're the first with those bona fides to come by since. So.
Has his room been touched or re-rented?
You could say that, but I never said that.
You rented out his room to others?
You could infer that.
And his belongings?
What of them, sir?
Where are they?
Did you preserve them?
They are not in my keeping.
Did he take them with him? Or did you sell them?
I would never sell a thing unless I knew a man dead. Good lady.
Then in whose keeping are they?
I couldn't possibly say.
Okay, what is he trying to say without saying?
This society, he is talking around stuff a bit.
Can I contribute on this one?
Certainly can.
Why don't you lead?
Sure. Does deceit apply, given that he's trying
Yeah.
to talk around things?
100%. He's not trying to deceive you, he's trying to deceive somebody else. He's trying to make sure he doesn't out himself.
Not awful.
Let's see how many degrees of success you got, because I have to be careful what I tell you. Yeah. You get the feeling that whoever it is, there's somebody he's trying to make sure, someone who has lethal intent and ability against him. He's trying not to say anything obvious about, as if that if he says certain things plainly, he may face lethal harm personally. What precisely he's getting at, he's hinting at something, but it's hard to, because he's being so circumspect, it is making it hard even for you to clue in precisely what he's saying. Which makes it very hard for someone else to figure out what he's saying as well. Like, they'd have to be at a table next to him to really have a chance at it. And I'll note he's speaking very practiced Latin. Like, he's not speaking Punic, which would be much more normal. But it's a roadhouse, so Latin's not the weirdest thing for him to know, but his Latin's very good.
Why don't we discuss? We can stay the night here and discuss after hours. I will look at the other two.
Corvus nods.
Well, not as well. Just, it is a fair time until nighttime. Fair amount of time.
Yeah, it's like midday
Well,
when you get here.
We
Yeah,
still
we
want to
can
check
always
out the
go back.
Temple of Jupiter across the street, the old shrine.
Yeah.
Well, I will be here in any event that you choose, and I shall not refuse lawful interrogation.
Good.
If you wish to ask after me, I'm alias Farinius.
Thank you.
The food you eat is very good. The drink you have is very well cared for. It seems like he gave you the best of what he had.
Nice.
If you guys were lacking in any health, you'd probably recover some.
Very nice.
Okay. Very well. My lady, I suggest we eat our food, gracious, from our host, and proceed onwards. We can return here later in the day to rest, as it were.
I agree.
I'll leave it in there because that's weird. Ah, no, you need where the building is.
Corvus, come, eat up. You're about as thin as a rail.
No, Corvus will eat.
Nom.
I eat as
Once
well.
once we wrap up, let's get out of here to the Temple of Jupiter.
A short bit of travel more. Oh.
So is it like noon? I mean, because we heard about the statue of Mars weeping at high noon. If we wanted to go back and see if that was a thing,
That's
or if we
probably a
want to.
good idea.
Which way do you go?
Towards the temple, no?
Yeah.
Do you want to go back and check out Mars or go to the temple?
Oh,
of Jupiter?
the weeping statue of Mars. Sure. I mean, why not? I guess could be good.
Might just be a rumor. Might be confused with what we've heard is going on at the temple of Jupiter, but
Won't
We're
know until we
checking
find
out.
out. Yeah, I guess.
no. Shouldn't take us too long on horseback anyway.
Yeah. Let's sweep over to Mars.
Standing in the Temple of Mars, you see his statue. The altar has been recently cleaned. The temple itself does need a rather thorough cleaning to be appropriate. It really should have a standing guard of some kind. But otherwise, it is unassailed, unadorned.
And the statue does not weep.
It does not weep.
Well, curses. Well, my friend, it would seem that not all rumors have any sort of truth to them.
Fair enough. Let's go to the reconsecrated shrine.
Yes.
And standing before your horses are armed men, and what appears to be a military tribune who's now in war gear, standing in front of your horses, barring your ability to take them back.
What is the meaning of this?
There he is, that criminal there who threatened me.
I am no criminal, but a dutiful son of the Empire.
You threatened violence against a soldier of the Empire. How dare you? Throw down your weapon and surrender, or die here, the dog you are.
I'll throw down my diploma at her.
Yeah.
It clatters to the ground, and they do not approach. They seem to be ready to draw weapons. They do not seem to trust you.
I will walk forward and raise a hand. We are here on official business in service of the Empire. And I'll present my diploma.
Give me to society.
Okay. Decorum?
Yep.
Or command? Decorum it is. Dang.
Oh, there you go. Soldier,
Ooh, yeah.
retrieve that. And that as well, I suppose. And the soldier kind of looks back, nods, walks over to you, sticks out an arm to take the diploma from you. But doesn't snatch it from you, because you're acting like someone who's supposed to have it. So
I give it to her.
he takes it, and then he walks over to the one that Tiberius threw down and picks it up off the ground, kind of shakes it a bit, because it got a bit of dust on it. It's pretty sturdy. They're meant to be traveled around with. Goes back, presents them back to the Tribune. Tribune looks at Julius first. Eats it. Looks over at Tiberius's. Seems to study it extra carefully. Hands them back.
And I will look over at the Tribune and say,
Or rather, sorry, correct myself here. There's a stage here. He hands it back to the soldier. The soldier takes them.
Yes.
The soldier will walk over. It is plain that there are armed people between you and him. He's keeping you guys from being within arm's reach of him. Or weapons
Corvus
reach, to
whistles
put it
up
that
it.
way.
Corvus whistles his horse to come to him.
One of the guards looks like he tries to stop your horse, and then the Tribune goes, nope. He just says nope at him, and the guy just, and he lets go of the horse and lets it come to you.
Good boy. Give him a little bit of dried apple.
I presume With your bona fides, I recognize I'm in the presence of the vaunted cohorts auxiliary Arcana. Even if they are of the lowest rank, it is of my privilege and honor to be of assistance to those who work in his Imperial Might's service. Though I would remind that murdering tribunes in his service is not exactly within your lawful allowance. So I would advise you not to threaten people of Caesarea if you could manage it.
Talks a lot for a dead guy, doesn't he? I asked the horse. Or a dead woman. Is it male or female?
Female.
Talks a lot for a dead woman, doesn't she?
Which I'll note is unusual. The female military female military is a newish thing. Most female military, if they are that good, they get grabbed up by Lex Arcana anyway. So
Yeah.
she has to be rather exceptional to be allowed into the regular service right now, or she's been serving for a while since the allowance, because she can join the military, but she can't join in politics yet. But it is Caesarea, so it is Mauritania. It's a little further away. Italia would be a little harder for her to get in. Out here, it's not that unusual. Well, it's unusual. Actually, I'll highlight to Tiberius. He can correct me here. That is kind of unusual. The cities and peoples of Mauritania aren't exactly known for having female warriors. So this is someone who is either someone who's from up north, who was in the military and got transferred down as a tribune, to the annoyance of the locals, because locals would not take too kindly to a female officer. But, if Rome says she's an officer and she has bona fides that says she's one, then guess what? She is one. Deal. So.
Perhaps now, Tribune, you are willing to answer a few questions regarding these temples.
Fine. Go ahead.
Why purge the priests?
Because the priests were not cleaning the temples or holding their services. They were in dereliction of their duty, and under the subsections within the Lex Arcana, as I'm aware, I am told that such persons are to be evicted from their posts so they may be replaced by suitable clergy.
Speaking of, may I borrow these legionaries?
No. Unless you have good cause to need more armed men than you need, but one of you is already ready to murder an officer of the Legion, so I'm not particularly inclined to give you more ammo for that cause, unless you have a clear legal reason to...
You give yourself too much credit, madam. Murder. You are not worth it.
Says the man who threatened me in Mars's temple.
I want these men to clean the Temple of Diana.
And Mars. Oh, and Mercury too, while they're at it.
She smirks as the soldiers in front of you. They can't see the smirk, but they can almost hear it, and they stare at you like, you jerk. No, we don't want to do that all day. Well, I think that is a very good use of a pious soldier's time. Isn't it, everybody? And they all have that look of, oh, we want to say something. We want to countermand it. They even look at Tiberius like they think he's going to, fellow Mauritanian, you're going to help us out, right? And if you don't, they
I'm the one that damn suggested it.
Yeah, exactly. It's well, they'll reverse, and then it's like, oh, yes, Tribune. Good, carry on then.
Corvus looks at them and goes, could be worse. You could be digging a ditch.
Oh, yes. We should shore up the ditches near the river. And they start running to the temples as they go to make that their whole day.
Thank you, Tribune. I had promised Diana to see to the cleaning of her temple. Your soldiers' assistance and yours is much appreciated.
Well, technically, I'm not privy to interfere with military service in holy spaces unless it's in contravention of law. That said, a soldier She shakes her head like, right, you're not an officer. A soldier of the Court's Auxiliary Arcana had simply suggested that assistance was required. Now, I can do something about it. Unlike that prefect who's been sitting in his palace all month, but... It is not for me to question the might and wisdom of our prefect, I suppose. That's for you to do.
The prefect is concerned, and perhaps with good reason. You have scared all his augurs away.
The most they could augur is how many coins went into their pouches. They did nothing. What is a priest useful for if they do not pay their respects or lead the people to the graces of the gods? We're better off without them. If he wants an augur, he can hire one. Or he can hide away in his palace and twiddle his thumbs like everything's gonna go fine.
And yet the eye of the gods seems to avoid this place and Caesarea as a whole like the plague.
Well, not entirely, but certainly it appears that their presence here is dimmed. Let us find some place in the shade to talk.
Does the sun bother you? She looks at you warily.
No, but it is noon, and Mauritania is...
But the weather is overcast, is it not?
Oh, is it? Oh, I forgot about that.
Though to be
Never
fair,
mind.
Corvus, you're Ratian, and this is a lot closer to the equator than you're used to. This is incredible. This
That's
is
fair.
a lot warmer. Even the overcast, and in your armor, it is hot. This is uncomfortable.
It
Yeah.
is more dimmed than, fully out there, I suppose, the sun.
The Tribune kind of smirks and kind of waves you over to a set of trees nearby that you can kind of take shelter in. That look of haha, the foreigners here, the person who's not from here is getting cooked a bit.
Person who's not what?
Who's not from here.
Ah, right. Well, she doesn't appear to be either, so...
May I ask for your bona fides? I assume you're of the Lex Arcana as well.
Indeed. And I'll show her my diploma.
Well, since she's close enough, she'll examine it, and then, without taking it from you, and then nods. Very good, thank you. Right.
So, from the state of the temples, the priests obviously had not been performing their duties for some time.
No.
How long ago did you dismiss them?
Just short of last month, about 3 weeks ago. 3 weeks and 4 to a day. I should, to be more precise.
And have you had the pleasure of meeting the Inquisitor?
Well, that's what presented me my initial problem. The Inquisitor has gone missing.
Around the same time that you banished the priests.
I'm not one to turn my sword against those of the Legion. That's a professional doesn't do such a thing.
That is not what I am implying, but I am rather implying that an unfortunate set of circumstances has occurred in a similar time frame. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes, and three foreigners have come into my city, into my province, and seem to act like they know what's going on.
Your city. Since when have you deemed yourself prefect, tribune?
I've been defending this place for quite some time, soldier, so... Whether the Lex Arcana wants to send its dregs here is of imperial importance. I can only pray that you are as useful as your diplomas say you are.
So, roughly 3 weeks ago, the priests are dismissed, 3 officials and the Inquisitor all go missing. Do I have the time frame roughly correct?
You do, soldier.
Have you or your office been investigating any of these disappearances?
Per the prefect's orders, all investigations in the arcane and magic are to be left to the trusted hands of those of the court's auxiliary arcana for interference may be construed as collaboration with the enemy in a contravention of all the laws regarding the Lex Arcana. And she
What-
gestures.
What evidence does the prefect have that this is magical in nature, these disappearances?
Because there are no bodies, no blood, no ransom, not even a bandit claiming they stole them for bragging rights. People do not up and vanish out of the prefectural capital, soldier. Especially people of importance.
Sometimes those are exactly the people who up and vanish from capitals, Tribune. Often with well-laden pack animals, but neither here nor there, and it still is something of a leap.
So have you met with the Inquisitor?
I know the man. We've talked on occasions on matters of law and good order. Since
And what did he seem like to you?
dutiful, sharp of mind, knew his laws. Bit old, but a man of experience, a man of good order and professionalism. Not one to
And
abandon his
nothing?
post, I will admit.
Nothing about him seems strange to you. Do you know if he had made any enemies while he was here?
Enemies? He's made plenty of enemies. Every idiot cultist who thinks they're gonna go into the prefectural capital to turn people to the false gods. 1 point from
You
him,
have
and he gets a
knowledge?
visit from me and my me and my soldiers.
You have knowledge of these cultists in your city?
Lately, no. We did burn down a few dwellings about a month ago in the old shanty towns, which was unpleasant business because we did have to chase out perfectly well-meaning people, but a cult to some strange comet is not exactly godly, and they tried to dress up some sort of Christian nonsense, but no. Between the Inquisitor and myself, our investigation showed that they were trying to make some strange attempt to end the world. So, thus we burned down any place they would hide. Which, unfortunately, set alight the entirety of the shantytown, so now I've been spending my time fixing my overstep. So that is a fine I will be paying for the next couple of years, I wager. But duty is duty.
And these cultists, do any survive?
The smatterings, but none of the leadership. Those were trapped within the building we set alight. That I made sure of. One defeats an army by killing its officers, not its first line, after all.
This cult may be of interest to us.
Maybe you think it still lingers. Though with the disparity
We
of
have
the
heard-
prisoner.
We have heard that there have been, I believe the prefect called them hallucinations of a black comet in the sky. Have you heard these rumors as well?
I've heard reports, yes.
You have not seen anything yourself?
No. I've looked just at various hours of nights, just in case it's something that required me to be there at a certain time, though. I have given leave to anyone who's spotted it to, well, pray at the temple of Jupiter.
Well, know that we deem these reports of this comet to be significant to our investigation.
I have a question for you three, though. I have many questions, but one I imagine of pertinence. Why do you come from the ship of Sephiroth?
What do you mean?
I suspect that he is a dealer in matters magic. And though he is yet to be investigated by the Inquisitor, or as far as I know, your Lex Arcana, our Lex Arcana, I just find it somewhat interesting to see low-ranking members of the cohort, Auxiliary Arcana, aboard a ship of such suspect means. I was hoping you would enlighten me as to that.
Well, he never mentioned anything of the sort to us, and frankly, we weren't in a position to ask.
Mm-hmm.
We took his ship because it seemed obvious at the time.
And a pious man to well-approved gods, from what we could tell. And to be frank, we were trying to travel as fast as possible with at least a modicum of discretion, and whatever else, his ship is definitely something that a wealthy patrician, I kind of nod towards Julia, might hire for a quick passage.
He was also quite devout to the god of the seas.
Is that still Poseidon in Rome?
Neptune.
Neptune, right, okay.
Yeah, I couldn't remember which it was. Hence
Yeah.
why I talked around to see.
Just remember, who did Caligula declare war on? Neptune.
Well, that answers that question as best as I can imagine, without boarding his ship, which you have not given me reason to be able to do. Besides, it's a Lex Arcana matter, so if you were going to investigate it, I'm sure you had already done it.
But share your thoughts about him with us, Tribune. It seems he concerns you greatly.
He deals
Or at
in
least
magic
moderately
and
enough.
goes to foreign lands and deals with foreign peoples. Of course he's a concern of mine. He should be a concern of yours.
What proof do you have he deals in magic?
The goods he sells in market? The things he buys from market?
Are they heretical in nature?
Not that I've found, but then again, I am not as learned as those soldiers of the court's Auxiliary Arcana on such matters.
Well,
But nothing obvious or overt that would be... Even my eye would catch such things.
well, we can certainly see what we can find out about him dealing in forbidden items, but in all honesty, that is a secondary investigation to our primary one.
Mm.
And while we may be low officers, be aware that our orders come directly and personally from what was his rank? Where's the table of ranks?
Protector.
Protector. From a protector of the cohorts.
Which one of you is senior? Actually, your bona fides say you're all the same rank of the same Cantabarum. So who is your leader of your particular Cantabarum? If you've
Julia,
selected
I
one.
would say.
That would be
Julia.
the lady. Yes, Julia Rufina.
I nod.
Rufina, I need you to be honest with me and forthright, and I know there are various things that you are not allowed to tell me, given my position and yours, but for our mutual safety, I'm about to attack something, and I need to make sure it's something I'm not supposed to attack. Okay? Do you have in your service any magical or constructed birds?
Hmm?
No.
Okay. She grabs a pillow off her side and poof, throws it suddenly over your shoulder, and you hear a shatter of something, and then a jumble of brass just clatters to the ground out of a tree. And she just strides over to it.
Let's check that out.
RT Studios for the raid. Thank you very much. Hi. We're playing Lex Arcana, a game of Roman magic and investigations and supernaturalism. The Tribune walks over to this scattered mess of metal. That was following you.
Huh. Interesting.
It's I've seen them before. They're some sort of automata, a sort of construct of some kind.
Do you think they're magical or merely mechanical?
Well, soldier, I don't know why you're asking me that. I would rather ask you that. Are they magical?
Sure.
Or are they mechanical?
Well, you see, our priest is on vacation right now.
Yeah. I'll examine it. Machina comes under Descientia, which I, half-assed at.
I mean, hell yeah,
I'm decent.
I'll take that.
I'm decent in the magia, if you're willing to let me have a magical roll.
I'm gonna check. I think these constructs fall under Descientia, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh.
Because different kinds of creatures have different things. Yes, this is Descientia for constructs.
I'm not terrible, but I'm not great. So let's do.
I didn't look at the target number.
This theoretically gives me the highest probability, but it's only a 6.
A 6 would not be enough.
Okay. I don't have any way to boost that unless somebody assists in order to drop the target number.
I could try to assist.
I mean, I can also. I'm rolling that 3, so I don't know. Maybe the gods intervene. Maybe.
33.33, repeating, of course, chance.
There we go. There we go.
There you go.
That's one. That's one. Dang it.
I will try, assuming that. There we go. Sure. Hey, the
There you
gods
go. Hey, gods intervened.
Gods intervened, yep.
Holy
Damn.
crap.
Gods intervened.
Holy moly.
You can stop rolling. You've gotten more. You've gotten 3 successes easily. You've gotten a critical success, essentially. So, here we go. It falls upon the 3 of you to think back on your training back at the Scalara. Tiberius gets some of the way there. You come in at the other two to kind of, I think it's like this, because that's not your specialty. Your specialty isn't theurgy and constructs and stuff like that. But you know enough to track one. Like, there is a way to track automata over regular creatures. But that's the most you would have been trained, really. Tiberius, it's just, that's not something that... Most of the training that comes to automata is hit it. And that was usually enough, because that's all a soldier needs to know. Hit the thing that people say to hit, don't hit the thing people say don't hit. Duh, or use best judgment is a pretty common refrain in the warrior half of a quarter of the Scalara. But Yulia, you took some extra classes on the subject. And actually, as a patrician, you actually probably picked this up a little bit on your own. Because theurgy is an articulated system of philosophic scientific ritual practices.
Okay.
So there is a fine line in which it is allowed to build one or have one, and then one that is forbidden. It is, and the average person would be very, very careful. And if they wanted to buy, like a patrician, if they bought one, they would want a construct. They'd want to be very careful to check with the Lex Arcana person first. Say, hey, is this allowed? One, because they might be turning in someone who's committing a crime, which, hey, feather in your cap. Or it's legitimate and you can buy it. Because theurgy is how you create or animate constructs. They're very elaborate, lots of gestures and formula. The reason it can become forbidden is because you can be pulling souls into the material world to trap within the statues and automata. Now, if it's an animal, that's not as scary, but if you're pulling the souls of people, that's when it becomes very illegal very quickly.
Yeah.
It's a subject that's, and the reason this is known more generally is that there's a philosopher, Proclus, who lives in Athens, and he teaches this. Like, this is something you can just learn. If you can learn a legitimate way to make automata, if you want. It's expensive. And some members of the Lex Arcana are sent under Proclus to learn stuff from him. To learn about automata, how to make them, how to take them apart, things like that. Certain rituals can develop and channel that power. And the reason why it's not something you want to go around just doing, because it is very easy for it to become a threat to imperial power. Imagine a patrician, like, even if it's technically allowed to have a soldier automata, having too many makes you sound like you're rebelling. So technically, if you see a patrician with a single automata, that's not weird. If they have 100 of them, a century of automata,
then you gotta do something about him.
then that becomes forbidden because you're threatening the emperor by default. It's like, either you need to reduce this to half a century, or we seize them all, or you're gonna die. I outrank you. That's not how this works. I have imperial authority. You're not allowed to say no to me when it comes to breaking the law. So it's a form of treason in that sense. So you can understand why it'd be very difficult to play around with that. So generally, and even that little bit of theurgic construct knowledge is something that Corvus, you kind of get that little bit of it, that intro of, here's what constructs are in general, here's what to look for. Some of it's legal, some of it's not. If you're not sure, investigate. But, knowing how to track a construct's a good thing to do.
Right.
This goes into Yulia's specific knowledge. When it comes to theurgic studies, they are actually quite popular, especially among the intellectual aristocracy. Not fanatics or cultists or anything like that, just people who genuinely want to understand the sciences, the engineering. Some people who want to understand how to defend themselves from it. But that has opened the door to people looking into the more ambitious forms of telestike, the art of imprisoning or controlling spirits and daemons in a humanoid construct. So there's that extra layer that most people don't know, is that you could pull a demon into a construct, which is very forbidden. Human is already bad. Demon's like, okay, even if you have one of these, you're done. It's over. And frankly, you're not supposed to be studying this stuff anyway, if it's demon trapping. Though the Lex Arcana does learn a little bit about it, because you can, with the right rituals, even if it's forbidden, you, under very narrow circumstances, you could trap a daemon in a very weak construct, so you can interrogate it, because it's kind of hard to interrogate daemons generally, especially if it's really powerful, like trapping it in, say, like a tiny little bird, and trapping it in a cage the bird can't break out of. The daemon's trap. There's nothing it can do. Further, there was a writing by a theurgist, Julian, in the Chaldean Oracles, who started this sort of allowance, and what Julian's research is kind of the more accepted path, and that's what Proclus started, but Julian kind of more formalized it and made this Macedonian seem a lot more trustworthy by extension, and that's kind of expanded across Intelligentsia in general. And then Lex Arcana, by extension, had to follow that same pathway of knowledge to figure out how constructs work. Like what's allowed, what's not allowed. Is this supposed to be banned or not banned? Hi, I'm leaving my adventuring party here in your capable hands. Please don't kill them. I promise nothing, RTE Studios. I promise nothing. I won't kill them. I'll just drive them mad. It's fine. So the further point that Julian drilled into was that all of this points to, you don't necessarily need to trap things in a construct of, say, a bird or a man or a beast or whatever. You can just stick them into things. Like a pulley or a gear or a siege engine of some kind. Like that sort of thing. You can trap spiritus in various things. And this can be of any size. It can be very, very small or very, very big. And that's, you can understand why that's probably something, is with that level of knowledge that you have, that goes that step further, that you can understand that this is likely something, even if you aren't practicing it, you're certain that people within Lex Arcana, under the Emperor's direction, are working on militarized automata that you can control. So it would not be wholly unusual for people of high office to be researching it to make good on the graces of the Emperor, because it makes you come off more useful than you are. All that said, of this particular creature, they can, in that vein, come in various sizes. Some can be as large enough, in theory, could be large enough to threaten whole cities. Some could be the size of people, some could be the size of elephants, some could be as small as a cat or a bird. The very, very, very small ones, like this one here, they're usually toys. You know, a rich person might buy this for their kid. But some rich people, being rather inventive, might buy one to spy with. Or to track somebody. There's a huge amount of machinery that goes into it. They are, the general term, as you heard from the Tribune, is automata. That's what most people call them. The proper term is a theurgic construct automaton. But, you know, it gets shortened to automata. A thing that moves on its own, you know. It is, even these small ones, no matter how big or small it is, it takes a ton of machinery and work, and then that little bit of extra magic to get it to work. That's why it's more of a scientia to understand them, because that's largely what it is. That last little ingredient of spiritus is what pushes it into the realm of Lex Arcana. To pull this off, you either need to spend a lot of money to buy one that's pre-made, or if you're making it yourself, you can't just, you happen to know how to do it. Like, you don't know the ritual, but you probably could, if you did a stint under Proclus of Athens, you could probably learn how to do it. But it would take, you need to be an expert in natural sciences and mechanical arts just to house it. Because if you don't house it properly, the spiritus will render and twist everything into so much scrap. Just under the power of the spirit, it'll just warp and destroy everything. So you have to put everything at very fine tolerances. And generally, these are things that aren't commonly shown around, because the common populace freaks out because they don't understand. This is something like this is something that only people highly educated or very rich would know on a common. The average person sees a thing that moves that shouldn't move. Like, that's scary. And genuinely, people, if they saw this little bird, they'd leave it alone. They'd pretend they didn't see it, because that's scary. That frightens them. Very few people would know what they were looking at. And if they saw something big, it would be the talk of the town. You're watching a statue move. You're watching a sculpture roll across the promenade. Like, how could you not notice that? You know what I mean? And that would generate fear, even if it was well-meaning. The last bit I'll tell to you is that the procedure to make one of these generally takes years. That's the bit most people don't understand. To make a construct is an expensive proposition. Birds, the small ones, are usually made as practice. You know how blacksmiths will train people to make nails constantly? They might teach someone to make a few birds. It's like, make me 3 birds. I won't teach you how to make bigger until you can make me 3 birds. I can make 1 bird. That's nice. Make 3. Okay, you made 3, make 6. So you can spend years just learning how to do this properly. And you would have to work with a theurgist would have to work with other scholars. You need like your own little build team just to make something. Because you can't really do it on your own. It requires too many different knowledge specialties to get it right, to get it perfect. Which, that's why it's also not, it's kind of, sometimes at worst, some of this stuff turns into allowed practice rather than forbidden, because it requires such high education, such amount of wealth, that even if you were going to build a century of these things, the Lex Arcana would clue in pretty fast. They would notice a lot of metal going somewhere, a lot of smart people gathering in one spot. So it's easier to keep a track of a bunch of aristocrats performing theurgy. So that is all to say, at the end of this rainbow, that Caesarea is a place where many such people could gather, but they, as far as you're aware, they don't. So if they wanted to do that, it's something you'd see more in Rome or in Italia or in Macedonia than you would in Mauritania. Mauritania, they don't really bother with it as much. They have other things they'd rather. Their intelligentsia are working on other things. Not that there isn't any theurgists here. They're all over the empire. Because if you're a theurgist, you're worth a ton of money to anyone who wants to pay for such things. So you can't imagine there's a ton of these little birds hanging around. So either this is something someone bought for an exorbitant amount of money, or there is a theurgist who makes birds, who's at the bird making, maybe sold dog making level. At worst, there may be a soldier, but you don't think like a century, even at most there may be a half century maker here, but that would be very hard to do with a single person. You need a lot of smart people to do it, so it's more likely than not it's someone who can make scale 1, scale 2. So tiny creatures and somewhat larger mastiffs.
Goodness me, is this what 20 successes gives you?
Welcome to nailing it. Yulia Rafina is able to give a mini lecture on theurgic constructs.
I wish I was timing this. I swear to God, you were yapping for 15 minutes at least.
See, we're just not used to rolling that well.
I mean,
Yeah.
fuck me.
Do you
I know, right?
regale everyone with this information?
Yeah, sure.
Verena just kind of stares at you and just folds arms and occasionally takes out a little tablet, makes little notes, and then puts it away, and then... Huh.
So,
Okay.
this thing would have had the soul of a bird trapped in it to work?
Best case scenario, soul of a bird.
Chorus frowns. He doesn't really like that a lot.
I just figured they were just so much mechanical toys. I didn't realize spirits were involved. And it's tolerated.
Yes.
Unbelievable.
As long as only animal souls are used.
Stares at these the jumble of brass. Either way,
As if
it's free
humans-
now.
As if the souls of humans were any more valuable.
Verena gives you a look.
I'll give him a look as well.
My patron is Diana. We're kind of about the woods and the creatures and whatnot.
Yes, of course. Praise to the huntress.
Well,
Mm.
even Diana can see perhaps the foolishness.
So,
That's been
You
following
say
you
that-
since we walked away from the temple. I figured it was with you, but then I noticed no one was giving it instructions, so I presumed that someone else was.
Thank you.
So if I understood you, lady, then this would require a team to be creating these things. Correct?
Corby, is that correct?
It is, yep.
Well, well, at least we know to keep an eye out now.
Yes, well,
Is there enough of the structure and whatnot left where Corvus can kind of get a look and kind of know what kind of thing to look out for?
How do you mean?
Well, if there's like, okay, is it off color? Is it, metallic? Is it, are there things that would distinguish this on sight from a regular bird?
Oh, yes.
Of the type that's mimicking. Okay.
Automata, by their nature, are encased in metal. Attempts to fleshify or feather such things don't go very well.
Okay, cool. So now I kind of know what to keep an eye out for. Well spotted, Tribune, Corvus says.
and well thrown.
I take Mars's tutelage very seriously. Besides which, I have had little birds like that bothering me every so often when I go on investigations that go into your part of the line. But and I usually find that destroying them is of a good thing, though I've been told by the Inquisitor in the past that I should not be so keen to do so in the presence of a Cantabarum because it may belong to them. So.
Then perhaps it is in your interest, as of right now, to sequester yourself in case that there are less than savory characters on the prowl for your likeness, or perhaps ours.
I may be a woman soldier, but I am no coward. I will not shirk. Unless you have a lawful reason to confine me, I will continue to uphold the laws of Caesarea.
It is no cowardice to shirk behind from would-be assassins.
I have plenty of assassins, mundane, that would try for my life, and they are welcome to try.
It is your life, Tribune. Do not say that you have not been warned.
Mm.
I think we would be interested, however, in any notes or information you managed to compile about this comet cult that you and the Inquisitor dealt with.
Mm.
Also, in making inquiries at the house of the painted comet where the Inquisitor kept a room, we got the distinct impression that the innkeep there is afraid for his life from someone. Any idea who that might be?
That's the safest in all of Caesarea. The nearest safer one's the Mancio on the Imperial Road. It's across.
Why
No one
is
would
it so?
commit. No one with any sense would commit such violence across the Temple of Jupiter. It's just asking for bad fortune.
Curiouser and curiouser. And we've heard tales of the is it the statue that's weeping or the walls?
Statue, I think, right?
I know, let me scroll up. I know I have that in my notes. Unnatural weeping from murals and reliefs. We've heard that in the Temple of Jupiter there's been an unnatural seepage from various carvings.
That is an old scam. People will put bits of oil behind the relief and leak them out. And And they will say, "Oh no, look, it is crying. It will bless you, or it will curse you. Pay me so much denarii." Which means, if that's true, that means I have to send some people to start digging around in the back walls again, much as the priests of Jupiter will not appreciate it. It is not lawful to be committing fraud upon the populace. Though I've never been able to prove that anyone of Jupiter has committed it, I am pretty certain that they would not allow people to just go back there if they knew about it,
So, this has happened before, but in your investigations, you've never turned up any evidence of trickery.
No, it's scammery, and it is contravention of ritual and religious practices. So it is technically in your side of things, but it's something most of the people I've run into. Oh, I actually correct myself. Everyone I've run into, it wasn't a cultist. It was just some idiot trying to make money. Apparently, it was a thing. Apparently, it was a thing that was done back in the before Rome civilized this part of the world.
Have the priests of Jupiter also shirked their duty towards their deity and their temples?
I have not the authority to make that determination, for Jupiter is a high office that requires imperial attention. Ergo, the Gorge Auxiliary Arcana. Though, in my opinion, I think that though they are attending to the temple, I do not think they are making good faith efforts to ensure that the tolerated practice in their square. That is a place for Jupiter and Jupiter alone, but it is my suspicion that those of the newer faiths are practicing there every beginning of week and end of week. Which, though tolerated, I am fairly certain is not something that should be done in a temple of Jupiter.
Alright, well, I think I learned as much as I wanted to learn from this one.
But if you could have fair copies made of your notes about the cult, we would appreciate it.
Go to the barracks house in Caesarea and ask after the records of the cult of the comet. That should give you access to all of them. Also, you should they should be stored in your records room as well.
Which yes, I was just about to suggest we visit.
Yeah.
Wait, you haven't gone there yet?
We just arrived last night.
Soldier, it is advised to check on the reports of the person you're Wait, you're not replacing anyone. Never mind. She rubs her head.
Noted, Tribune. Noted.
I don't know how
Perhaps
you
some rest. Perhaps some rest might do you well.
One final thing. We found evidence of some sort of scuffle or skirmish in the forum, maybe about a month ago. Do you know anything of this?
There's been no report of such.
Did not seem to lead to bloodshed, but it does appear that a larger group set upon a smaller.
Come to think of it, no one's been by the forum for the last few weeks.
As we noticed that it was curiously empty.
I think I'm gonna put a guard around that place until you say, I get the feeling something magical may have happened there. I'm not gonna let anyone go in there for the time being. Unless you want people to, if you deem it safe, but I just have a bad feeling now that you said that.
There wasn't anyone there to begin with, so I imagine the people are avoiding it for the good reason.
It'd be nice if they reported things, but like the Legion's here to protect them from danger or anything. Very well. Do you have any other questions for me, Cohorts Auxiliary Arcana?
Not at the present time, but thank you so much for all that you have told us, and for revealing the existence of these constructs.
Get some rest, Tribune. You appear tired. No man, woman, or construct can stand for multiple hours.
Soldier, it is midday. Do you think me an old woman to have to sequester myself because the sun happens to be hot?
Old woman? Man.
In Iberia, they do.
Well, Iberia may do what Iberia likes. I am of Rome, and I do not shirk from the light of Apollo. Good day to you, soldier. And she walks off.
Yeah, let's head for the Temple of Jupiter.
Correct
See,
me
this
if
is
I'm
what
wrong, Yulia, but don't patricians in Rome also indulge themselves in various activities during midday when the sun is at its zenith?
This is what I like about you, Tiberius. You're always making friends.
Please. She started it first.
So stick my head into the Temple of Diana to make sure the soldiers there are doing a decent job.
Yeah, you see his, you actually see the Tribune kind of walking, having left that area, having told him to work harder, and there's that resentful, I am working hard, darn it. I'm one soldier
Fair
cleaning
enough.
a whole temple.
So let's go check out this creepy old temple that they rededicated to Jupiter.
Mm.
Oops, wrong notes.
But which Jupiter? Jupiter best and brightest? Jupiter Capitolinus?
What?
Well, there are all sorts of versions of Jupiter. So
The other Jupiter.
the other Jupiter. It's just like the Roman treasury was under Temple of Moneta, so money.
The I can't believe it's not Jupiter.
Yeah. Otherwise known as Yahweh. But anyway,
We don't say that around here.
although I
So,
suspect that's the tolerated new cult she's talking about.
Well, if it is, it's not exactly new. Those guys have been around for like what, 2,000 years?
A long
No.
time, anyway.
Like,
they're newer than
200.
the Roman ones.
200. Are we talking about?
yeah, I mean, we're like in 1200, or actually, are we just like 1200 from the founding of the city? I forget.
I believe it's like 1200 or so from founding.
I'm getting my dates mixed up now because we're talking about from the founding of the city of Rome. What would
Which
be
is
that in Julian calendar?
That's 753 BC was when Rome was founded.
Okay, so we would be somewhere in like 600, 780 then, give or take.
Give or take.
Yeah, so they'd be 600 or 700 years old.
And just to make sure, we're talking about Jews? Because
Jews
they're
and
older than
Christians.
that, right?
Christians.
Oh, that Yahweh. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Christians, the weird people who eat their own god. I can't trust them.
And
They
drink his blood. So
I know they sacrifice their
Yeah.
own gods, and that's backwards.
And
But-
they think wine is blood and bread is flesh.
Right, that's cannibalistic.
Yeah, which is tolerated once a certain emperor went, you know what, I think these guys are okay. It's like, can't persecute them anymore. Plus, Judea is a lot more stable when you leave them alone.
Thanks, Nero.
But then that emperor had to go back and go, okay, but no fighting in the streets. Figure out your book.
Or what? Or else send the Legion after you. Quit it.
Right. Yeah.
You step into the space, and you can feel the weight of majesty here. You can see the grand statue of Jupiter. You can see various murals and reliefs depicting various grand and mythical events. Some of them are more Mauritanian, shall we say. They are things that, unless you're from here, you wouldn't know that's actually referencing a local thing or some minor spirit or god from the area. But it's allowed in Jupiter's temple because it's reattributed to, oh, that happened not because of so-and-so, but because Jupiter. That's usually the answer is, why did that happen then? Because Jupiter. But what about because Jupiter? But what about I don't care? Jupiter.
Because of Jupiter.
And if it wasn't allowed, it gets torn down, and then you put up something about how Jupiter did some cool thing. So, anything that's left in here is tolerated if it isn't directly tied to Jupiter.
Right. So what's the condition of the temple itself?
It's okay. It's not sparkling. It's almost like this place has a dearth, is lacking in. It's like this region is lacking in priests. But the Jupiter, the people who are loyal to Jupiter are here attending to the shrine. And you do spot a small group of people who aren't wearing any of the wearings and amulets of Jupiter. They're kind of off to the side out of the main thoroughfare, moving. Who they seem to be debating amongst themselves about something. They have these long beards and these funny little hats on their head, and they're debating something in some language. The priests do walk over to an armed Corvus. You, what are you doing here, Legionnaire?
Corvus? Maybe I had to be a brief for a second.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize I was muted. I'm Belisarius Corvus of the cohorts Arcana. I'm here in my official capacity.
Then I'm sure you have bona fides to prove this.
Yes.
I'll flash him my badge.
Gives it a glance. He's looking for like a couple keywords, and then he nods. Very well. Mind your sandals.
And you are...
He walks away from you.
Excuse me.
You follow after him.
Yeah. Priest.
Yes, what?
You are...
A priest, yes, very observant.
He's asking for your name, man. And are you the high priest of this temple or not? Speak plainly, we are here on business.
Yes, I am not the head priest. I am a priest who is rather busy, would rather not be wasting time playing tour guide. But
Where is the high priest?
he is currently resting for the midday sun. If you like, I can go get him.
Post haste.
Please do.
He looks over at Yulia when you speak and kind of blinks. Looks at your
Give him
robe.
my best patrician look.
Yeah, sees the look and then sees the robes and then oops. And that oops look on his face. A nod of respect. Whoops, sorry.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but are all priests of Jupiter this insolent?
Do I get a sense that that guy is himself highborn?
He's mid-born. He's not patrician by any means, but he's rich.
Only the ones who think having money makes them of superior breeding.
Well, Money cannot buy you genetics.
Yeah, but it can buy you a lot of other things.
Right. Wait here. I'll go get the priest.
Oh, I thought he already went. We were.
You were just
talking.
you were talking to his face. I'm like, it's like grr.
Hey, you're the one who came on like the big old cock, so.
Yeah.
Oops, that doesn't work. There we go.
Oh, hi. I am a loyal devotee of Jupiter's son. Most favorite son.
Well, you know.
His most favorite son, I shall hear no more of it.
I mean, there's Apollo, who's
I shall hear
probably closer to the favorite.
No.
Certainly smarter, but
His most tolerated son, let's say.
like a cult.
And then coming out is an older man. Who looks to be Mauritanian himself, from the region. Very, very dark skin, but dressed in the raiments of a high priest of Jupiter. Like, yawns and gives good stretches in as he's walking across the place like this is his own personal house. That's he's a little casual about what he does, but he's the head priest. He gets away with a lot more than anyone else can around here.
Mm.
Look, so he blinks as he sees Corvus from across the temple and looks at the rest of you and he seems kind of pleased to see you. He kind of starts striding over a little more quickly. He greets you at first in the Punic language.
Which I understand. And I will greet him back in the Punic language and tell him to please switch to Latin.
Well, I can try with my Latin. I can speak it. So, I am told you are magic law people.
Cohors Arcana.
Magic law people, I like that.
Cohorts accelerate Arcana. Yes. Those people.
Yes.
Magic law people, that's the first.
I am High Priest
I'm gonna
Mathos.
use that.
A pleasure and honor to those who defend the law and might of mighty Jupiter. Would you three be quiet over there? Debate outside or speak quieter? And the three people jump when they hear him speak and they kind of give him a look and there's a shrug among them like, we weren't even talking that loud. They mutter and they give him looks and they sigh and kind of go outside to have their little debate. Sorry. So, how can I help you?
We seek to know of the local Inquisitor and what happened to him. Among other things.
I haven't seen him. Which is unusual. He usually likes to come by sometimes, pay his respects. Which is a thing everyone should do on a regular basis. Gives you all look like he expects you to do that the minute you're done talking to him.
We have been sent here to investigate several unusual occurrences and disappearances of some high magistrates and officials. We just learned of the Inquisitor's absence today, but we've heard many tales of your temple.
Let me guess. The murals are weeping and people are scared. All right.
More or less.
I will seek out one of the tribunes to deal with this. People sometimes try to tempt Jupiter's wrath by using his temple as a way to make money. I really should block up all the old oil vents, but they do help with airing out the place, so I'm loath to stopper them. And just on cue, as the wind picks up outside, you hear a whistling fill the space.
Seems as if the entire place is riddled with corridors behind the walls.
The old powers that were here had celebrated cunning and mystery, but Jupiter does not demand such, though it does make for navigating from the common folk rather easy, I will admit.
I will kind of smile a little at that. His god might not, but mine certainly does.
Yeah,
My tooth. Anyway.
Same.
Jupiter's
what do you
loud
know
and bombastic. I'm here, I'm Jupiter. Yes, we know Jupiter. Hi.
And
Shh, you're scaring the game.
And compared to the Greek tales of him, he doesn't spend nearly as much time transformed into various animals and screwing anything that moves.
Yeah. So, what do you know of the ancient cult that raised this temple originally?
I'm not sure if that is appropriate discussion for one loyal to Jupiter and his children.
Surely it is when one's discussing such a thing, maybe helping the magic law people in an investigation, which may involve ancient or forbidden cults.
I will have to call upon you to press audience upon him, because he does outrank you severely in the religious capacity. And you're asking about
Go
stuff
get him,
he'd
Julia.
rather not talk about.
What is that role?
Does society. Also, first off, presentation, but I'm going to give you guys... I'm going to waive that role because he likes you guys plenty. And you will get equal to required number of successes plus 3. He's just automatically friendly, and he's tripping over himself to give you he's giving you as much rope as he thinks you can use. If you hang yourself with it, well, he will punish you accordingly. But your soul, you guys are as close to the Lex Arcana are, because of your attachment to the Emperor, means you're connected to Jupiter. So it's that, you know what? I'm going to give you guys a lot of leeway. Which, by the way, if you run into another Jupiter High Priest, that should be kind of normal. Because you're supposed to, even though you have tutelaries, Jupiter is the god that they care about. So there you go. Well, as far as they're, unless you correct them, and like if you guys said, well, we don't serve Jupiter, we serve Diana. We think Jupiter's not all that cracked up, which not the smartest thing to say, but not, it's not illegal to have that opinion. You can think Jupiter's not the greatest. You can think your god's the greatest, which that's fine, but that's a great way to tick off a head priest of Jupiter.
Right. Yeah, so this is all you guys, because I am not helpful in this in day society.
You require 3 successes. The difficulty number is 9. You have 6 attempts.
Let's do this, Yulia. You and I.
Yep. The society, would this be decorum or negotiation or politics?
Politics. There's that politic of dancing around with a high priest of Jupiter.
Gotcha.
If he wanted to put his foot down, he can just tell you no.
What's the target again?
Thankfully, it's only 3.
Okay.
So
No,
that's 2 successes right there, and that's 3 successes. Yep. So very quickly in one set in a couple rolls. This... Come along. Let's talk in my, talk out back. This is not something I want to say with Jupiter looking at me.
Of
Fair
course.
enough.
It'll lead you to a little outbuilding behind the temple, which you notice is actually kind of hard to see from the road. You actually would have to leave, and there's like some trees that kind of block off this area. So even if you're like in the shantytown, you'd just see trees. If you're in the graveyard, you'd see trees. If you're leaving the temple, it's like, oh, there's like a little house here and a little garden for him to kind of rest, and a little well that he gets to have his own personal water, which is also the temple's water, to be fair. But, you know, as head priest, he can use it as much as he wants. And he's kind of made a nice little, like, cozy little place for him to relax in. With and there's a few gifts here or there from various those of wealth that probably tried to buy his favor, and thus Jupiter's favor, which he's gladly used. And how much he's actually helped those people, you don't know yet, but he seems to be benefiting quite a lot from being a servant of Jupiter. You even see some things that look decidedly not to Jupiter. You see some fine bits of beadware and glassware from, not glassware, but fine jewelry and metalwork out of Judea. You do see a few little crosses decorating like a little mantle over there. But a lot of the stuff is like just really nice sculptures, or a nice set of cups, or a vessel for wine, nice chairs. A little like whatchamacallit? The thing you put over your head, that's like a tent, but not a tent. There's no walls, it's just the roof. The word's escaping me entirely.
Lean-to, shelter, awning.
Awning is not quite right, yeah.
Like if you're having an outdoor, if you were like trying to give yourself shade, and there's like 4 poles. Anyway, a shaded area.
Yeah. Right.
So he goes to sit down. He gestures for any of you to sit down.
Sure.
Sure.
Yeah, of course.
He pours out some nice cool glasses of fruit juice into your cups. He pours one for himself. Cool in the sense that they're in shade, so the sun hasn't been hitting the bottle directly.
Right.
So it's cool-ish. So, to answer you, I tell you that this place once looked to the violet flame, a spirit that seduced one to wealth and power. And if one was clever, one could find gold at their fingertips and silver in their pockets. It was, as you can imagine, popular. And one that frequented the works and manufacture of mirrored surfaces. For this place was once arrayed in mirrors, shining brass and bronze, and even silver for her most vaunted position. It was said that if one wanted grand wealth, one stared into the mirrored surfaces to seek out her violet flame, and if you were to spot it, you too could become nearly awash in her fire as you would like. In fact, one particular name, one old Punic name for this place, is, and he says it in Punic, and because he looks at Tiberius because he knows you can speak Latin better than he can. It translates to City of Mirrors.
I'll translate it for the rest of the group.
Have I ever heard of that one before, that tale?
Give me DiMaggio.
I'd like to give you a DiMaggio as well. Maybe I've heard of it.
Yep.
I'd like to give you a sandwich.
Oh, I'd love a sandwich.
I'd love one. Thank you.
Finally, the rating's being useful. No,
I got a 7.
Racist.
Hey, the gods
Fate.
intervene.
Good for you. Damn, look at that.
the fates intervene.
10.
Oh, well, that could be worse.
Yeah, it's better than nothing.
10. You've heard of this. It's not. It's a very. You don't know a lot about it, but you heard about it in one of those side classes you took in the Scalara. It wasn't the focus, but the City of Mirrors is one of the names Cesaria has had in the past. It's and it references something about a local deity. It's not a popular one in Mauritania. It seems to be very specific to Cesaria. But it's one of those, like, it's not a thing anymore, but hey, just so you know, yada yada yada. And then there's a whole other lecture about Mauritania and the various gods of Mauritania and the religions. You know, it was a blip. It was a footnote that unless you were a specialist, there's no reason for you as a diplomat to know that. Just to know that Cesaria has the name City of Mirrors.
Well, there's the flame on that piece of paper.
Mm.
In fact, it's a fate that's practiced even today by locals. Though we do discourage it, but it is not a forbidden practice. It's just, well, without any temple of their own, they basically have to do what they can to make their observances. Which, according to them, well, I'll be honest with you. Since you are in service to Jupiter's laws, I once was a priest to the Violet Flame. But I converted at a young age to the might of Jupiter. For if the Violet Flame was all that wealthy and all that lucky, why hasn't she come back? Why is this place still called Caesarea? I know which way is who's the winning god here, and I'll always honor the more powerful of the two. And Jupiter is mighty above all mighties. Though I heard this Christian god is pretty powerful too, but I don't know. I still think Jupiter is more powerful.
It doesn't do us well to mention foreign deities in his temple.
That's why we're behind it. Gestures. I don't speak of such things.
His ear reaches even past temple walls, priest.
He does indeed.
There's Tiberius making friends again.
He should know this. He's a priest.
I have his favor far more than you do.
I understand.
So, that is good advice to share with others, but I'll be fine. Your concern is appreciated.
So, this cult is still practiced today.
Mm-hmm.
Any connections to comets or other astral phenomena?
They honor any fire as a omen of goodwill. The darker, the bright flames in the sky, comet. He says in Punic, comet, right? We're saying the same thing here.
Yeah, yes, comet.
Okay, he nods. Yes, comet. He says in Latin. Comets are far more honored than a campfire. Campfire is too close. It's too mortal. But the fire of the skies, far more, especially subtle ones at night, those are far more honored. They show her will far better than the brightness of, say, Apollo, which you can... I don't know about that. I mean... But Apollo is always there, and Apollo's the way we grow crops. I don't... That part kind of confused me, I'll admit. I'm not sure what dark fires are going to do us any good.
With
Dark
regards...
fires, you said?
Yes, comets that swallow light. The fire that burns out the stars. Supposedly, if one were to witness all lights bow before her might, then you would almost see like an orb of blackness, so a hole in the sky, which I've never seen that, so. And I was a priest of hers. You'd think I would have seen it by now. Well, back when I was younger, but still. If she was going to show off that she's so mighty, she would have done it. Jupiter shows he's mighty all the time. I mean, look, you're here.
So, with regards to the Inquisitor, perhaps, have you had a chance to speak with him?
No. It's been over a month now since he's come by. Which, if you see him, you should remind him to come by. He's, as a servant of the Emperor, he should be paying his respects to his tutelary.
He has been missing for 3 weeks.
Oh. Sure he's not on... Oh, no. No one who serves Jupiter would be that dumb.
When last you saw him, what was your interaction like?
I'd say... stressed. Overworked, I'd say. He didn't talk much to me about things like that. But I could see it in him.
You were about to ask if the Inquisitor was perhaps somewhere doing something, but then you said no one would be that dumb. Please, finish the thought.
I mean... I'm not saying he did this for official record's sake. I'm just saying that some people, sometimes, when they're very stressed, especially around here, will go to the oasis of the dawn to the south. There's an old minor spirit that is said to reside there, and I will tell you, I believe it is there, but as a priest of Jupiter, I must assuage that all his power is mighty and none shall stand before him. But I've seen it. I've been there. There is a spirit there. Some people go there to ask for its help. The reason it's foolish is because that particular spirit is fickle. You are asking a spirit of water to help you with something. Now, water is powerful. Water is vast and life-giving. However, imagine trying to hammer a nail with water. You can do it, but you'll make your counter wet. If you understand me. It is an uncertain tool. And any servant of Jupiter has plenty of his children to look to if Jupiter is too busy to help. They do not need to turn to local spirits for such things. And arguably, I could almost see it as sacrilegious to Jupiter to look away for his children to seek help outside. Maybe one of the tolerated cults of the Christians or the Jews, but even then, what are they going to do? See, our gods actually interact with the world directly.
Still, interesting. This is the first we'd heard of a spirit at the Oasis?
How long has it been there?
Oh, before my time. My grandfather used to go there before he
I
died.
see. And yet there seems to be some recent infatuation with the spirit?
People go there still. It's good, faithful people to the children of Jupiter and Jupiter himself aren't supposed to go there. And I would always officially tell them not to go there. But people do go there. There's a reason the village, in effect, is a temple village. Not that they have a temple. The temple is the Oasis. It's an outdoor temple. Naturalist.
I see.
Tiberius, I'll reach into your memories here for a second and remind you that
Sure.
your wife happened to like that particular Oasis when she got to visit here.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember you saying that. Okay. Um, Furthermore, about the Inquisitor, has he at any point spoken to you about his assignment and his posting here?
He mostly asked for guidance in paying his respects to Jupiter and to his children. His task was his, my task was mine.
Do you know the innkeeper who is across the way from this temple?
Oh, Alias. Yeah. Been around, he's older than I am. Not that he looks it.
Who would he have to be afraid of?
Him? The man who once lifted a horse over his head. I can't think of anyone who could frighten him. He served in the Legion for years.
Yet when we spoke, he seemed frightened for his dear life and couldn't divulge information.
That's concerning. That's very concerning. I can't imagine anyone challenging him.
I know it might seem silly, but dig deep. Was there anyone who would wish harm upon him?
On Alias? People who skip out on their payments, I guess, but that place is frequented by senators, patricians, the merchants. And most people can afford it to go there, and if they can't, there's other places to go.
He acts as a lender as well.
Well, sometimes senators and patricians don't have the money on them at the moment, so he just gives them their credit to their name and then collects it later. Which is fine. He's paying his respects to those who are blessed. With wealth, anyway.
I see.
But any he would have offended, that would have been taken up in the public forum if they really cared about it. The only people who would ever really skip out on him are the exceptionally poor, which, if you're poor and going to the Painted Comet of all places and trying to get a free meal, that's idiocy.
Speaking of the forum, are you aware that there has been a scuffle lately at the forum?
There was? Oh, about what?
We are unsure. We had hoped you knew. A large group of people ran away from Caesarea towards the south, chased by what looked like horses.
Really? Well, that should be news across the entire region. I haven't heard anything of this. There should be an outcry about this. I mean, that must have disrupted all kinds of events.
Corvus, a moment, if you will, please.
Mm-hmm.
Just step over to the sidewalk. I'm sorry, Your Excellency. Give us a moment.
He waves and he relaxes. He has more reason to hide in the shade and drink instead of doing stuff in the temple. He's fine.
The memory of these people is just as clouded as ours was in Gallia, if you recall. They perhaps do not seem to remember monumental events which certainly would have drawn the attention of someone. You're telling me a group of people running away from the forum being chased by men on horseback would not be remembered?
They weren't being chased by men on horseback. From what we could tell, we saw horses enter the forum, but then there were no further tracks of horses whatsoever.
Still, it matters little, but a group of men being chased out of the forum after an armed scuffle, surely that would have made the news.
We don't know that it was armed. There was no
Well,
sign of bloodshed.
Unarmed scuffle.
Um,
With their arms, as it were.
It does seem peculiar, but if their memories are clouded, it is certainly only about very specific things. No one we have interviewed has been terribly ignorant of much, except for that fact.
Exactly. Consider this: they all do not remember, or simply cannot remember, that which is crucial. The troubles. Ever since they start. 3 weeks ago, everybody remembers perhaps a little what they were doing with the Inquisitor, but no more.
Well, not everybody, no one we've spoken to has had much cause to be, besides perhaps the Tribune, in regular contact with the Inquisitor. And remember that... Hold on, let me find it again. Yeah, I mean, remember that in the skirmish in the forum, we're only talking about, like, no more than 10 people total.
In any case, whereas I feel the reason of men will start to waver because of what is going on, the reason of records and that which is written in stone shall still remain durable.
Which may be a reason behind the disappearance of the archivist.
Quite so. I don't think we can get much more out of the priest unless you had anything else for him. However, the archives, if it was written down by our fellow cohort's Arcana members, we might have a clue.
Well, then we did find the clue in the Temple of Mercury, which seems to be connected somehow to this fire god.
Exactly.
But yeah, I do have a couple of other questions for our good priest here.
Go ahead then, please.
Wander back over and sit down again.
As Eula kind of, occupies him with small talk.
No. We have heard that you allow some of a newer faith to worship at the temple beginning and end of week.
The Christians and the Jews, yes. I'm hoping that when they see Jupiter being so much mightier than theirs, they'll see the same light that I did. And Jupiter and the Emperor has said that they are to be tolerated, so I am showing Jupiter's tolerance of their ignorance and misguided wisdom.
Fair enough. Have you heard any of the rumors about the hallucinations of a black comet in the sky?
No one said anything to that to me.
Might stand to reason. Let's see, what else?
Anyhow, I think Talia would be bragging in my face about it.
Who's this now?
Talia of the Thalia. Thalia? I always get her name wrong. Thalia of the Violet Flame. She's a in Punic, he says, a mistress with a heart of gold. And then in Latin, he says, a priest is the closest word for it. That's not really what she is. But she...
philanthropist.
Points. That.
I'm sorry, I am of a warrior caste. Words come hard to me as well as they do to you.
Jupiter requires us to be mighty, not necessarily wise, for the gods are far wiser than we ever need to be.
And his son demands I be wise with an object that is sharp.
So I presume that she holds some office or leads the remaining followers of the Violet Flame?
Yeah. She's the closest they have in the region. She always makes fun of me for having left the priesthood and finds me. She always bugs me to give to charity and look after the downtrodden, which Jupiter wants you to rise yourself up by your own strengths, but no, if there was a light of the Violet Flame that you're describing that people were seeing, I would imagine she would come straight here and sit on my feet and brag endlessly about how wealthy she's going to be in the near future. She loves to show me when she's having good fortune and making all the denarii she can find, which is a good thing for her to do because she pays her taxes. I make sure to remind the tribute to check on her sometimes, but she pays, so I can't really get her in trouble as much as that would amuse me. Oh well.
Where might we find this Thalia should we decide we need to?
She works on the docks for the main part. But working with the various ships she owns, well, patronizes. But you can find her at the Caravanserai, if she's not at the dock. Good thing too. She used to be married to a custodes of the Arcana.
Do you know this custode's name?
Marcus. He used to be infatuated with some fishmonger's daughter. Then he married up and, of course then he died, so in Britannia. In good service, mind you, so she even paid for a very vaunted funeral for him. Though, okay, well, I mean, you are here. I'm not saying she should be in trouble. I'm just saying so you know, because I don't want you hearing this somewhere else and get her in trouble. But that fishmonger's daughter did attend and make a fuss that he wasn't actually dead. And she was escorted out. I warned her that the sacrilege of interrupting such a funeral could get her in a lot of trouble. So I've given her an official warning. So if you hear anything else, I ask you to show her the path of wisdom and let me keep her in Jupiter's grace. Funny thing, it just occurred to me. You look just like Marcus. Older and more muscled, I guess, but I was wondering why I recognized you. It's bothered me this whole time.
Alas, I am not.
No. I watched his body burn. I know you're not. But still, just you look like you look like his dad or his older brother.
Were I grieving a son, you would know.
He nods. Like, yeah, of course. Well, I should get back to my services. If you need me, I'll still be here. If I'm not in the temple floor, you can come back here. And,
High Priest, one last thing before you go. I do not mean this as an insult, so it is a well-mannered question as much as I can make it. I'll switch to Punic in this case, so maybe he can understand me better. Would you say that the priests serving in your temple are, in any shape, way, or form, perhaps not very mindful of their duties towards Jupiter?
in Punic, he says, the younger ones, yes. But that's normal. Novitiates don't understand how important their duty is sometimes. But anyone who's made the priesthood, he will not allow someone who does not respect Jupiter to stay in the temple. If they want to work for one of the children and be that snippy, they can work for one of the children. But if they want to work for Jupiter, they better respect him and respect his authority, or they don't get to stay here anymore.
The Tribune Verena has cast her eye of suspicion upon your temple as well. I hope that there is no cause for concern.
Hmm. The emperors have said that women can serve in military service, and Diana herself is a warrior. And Minerva is as well. So I will take her concern seriously and will investigate. If I find anything of arcane note, I'll let you know for sure. But if there's any doubt on the servant of Jupiter, then it is on him to, or me to, fix.
Thank you, High Priest. You know that she would not dare to interfere with Jupiter's priesthood, but alas, we are in charge of that as well.
He nods. I understand. She's doing her duty, which is what is expected of her as a legionnaire, so.
I'll bid him farewell.
Would you have any objection to giving us access to the concealed passageways behind and the walls of the temple? I would not ask if I did not think that there is at least a potential of relation to our investigation. This Violet Flame cult, there are several things we have discovered that leads me to think that there might be a connection, and who knows, there might even be undiscovered passageways. Even after so long a tenure.
Come back tonight, and I'll show you. I don't want to show them to people who come by during the day. May see us go into them. I don't want you to accidentally give away where they are. So come back tonight. I'll stick around a bit longer, and will show you how you can get in and out of them.
Certainly. And I should mention perhaps that the Tribune was kind enough to lend some of the garrison troops to our service to clean out and tidy up the temples.
No, don't do it.
What were you thinking I was going to do?
I think you're going to send them to clean the Temple of Jupiter as well.
No, I wasn't planning on doing that.
Oh, okay. My bad. Go on, please.
Oh.
We each visited the temples of our tutelaries and found them in a sad state of dust and yes.
Well, it is good of you to allow and direct them to a sacred duty. I do look forward to seeing who they replace for their priests there. Actually,
Hopefully they will come soon.
Well, what's strange to me is that one would think that some deputy priest would have taken up the mantle out of Caesarea.
And yet they haven't.
I shall speak with the prefect tomorrow morning and ask him about it. See if he can speed that along. Because getting someone from Rome's good, but we can get someone here in Mauritania. That'd probably be faster and less expensive for people to get here. Ship travel is not cheap after all.
And as a native of these parts, can you tell me where might one find good hunting in these regions?
If you go south, hard south from here and past the dunes, you would look for. You would start from the Dawn village, and then as you range south, you'll have to. It's hard to tell you because the sands and the dunes do move around a little bit, so it can throw you off. So try not to get too far away from that oasis. But if you range around enough, you'll start seeing bits of growth of plant life and such in those places. go there, and you'll find that's where you'll find game grousing, and you can find some. If you know your plant life, you can get some pretty good flowers and beans and whatnot from the wild if you need to forage. But make sure you find that first. Find the green areas first. Then you don't have to keep coming back to the oasis all the time, because the sun around here gets hot. It gets really hot really fast, and hunting in high noon is dangerous. Hunting at night's dangerous for different reasons, because creatures out there, night tends to power the spirits that would hunt men. So wandering too far from civilization is not healthy. But daylight hunting is a lot safer. But if you're a great fighter or a great hunter, take your chances at night. You might find some bigger game that way.
My thanks. So, yeah, I guess we... I don't have anything else here.
Yeah, we bug out. Yep.
What time of day is it now?
Mid-afternoon. And that's... As you step away from the Temple of Jupiter, you see a person, bloody and ragged, running towards you, and they collapse face first, just complete thunk, right into the road. People who are walking along see this happen, they go, whoa, and they back out of his way, like, what's going on? They look over at you and a couple of other a wandering legionnaire who's like, what the hell's going on? He runs over to see this poor man who's fallen dead. It looks like they've fallen dead in the street.
I will
go over and check him out.
Try to help.
Yeah.
Yep. Over.
The legionnaire goes, give room, get out of my way. He looks at the three of you and just sees Corvus's armor, and you recognize he's actually one of the guys from Verina's group, and he's like, oh, come here, help me with them. Help me turn them over.
Yeah, for sure.
Absolutely.
And lots of people kind of start necking around, and he looks up. Back up, I said! He draws his sword a tiny bit just to give people warning of, I'm not kidding, I'm ordering you to move. And people are like,
Right.
okay, we're backing up. Understood. And then he puts the sword away and looks back to the person on the ground.
Do we recognize this person?
Give me a roll of Ingenium.
Ingenious, sir.
Ingenium, you say?
Your mother, you said. Sorry.
Oof. Maybe Tiberius can save us on this one.
Ingenium, you say? I am not very ingenium, but I will try.
It probably won't be worse than me.
Oh, it's an 8. Could be worse. 5.
Between the three of you, you all feel like you kind of recognize him, and then you kind of throw back like little hints about what he looks like, sort of thing. Because you're seeing like little bits that make him seem familiar, but because he's still bloody and hurt, and the pressure of the moment, it's hard to remember clearly. But something's the other two say, Corvus flips a switch, and you recognize this is Titus of Mauritania. He's a fellow member. He's a fellow custode from a different Contuberum. And actually, you recall that. Actually, you remember that he didn't finish his work at the Scalari. One day he was there, and the next day he wasn't there anymore. He didn't see him at graduation, basically, because there's a bit where you get your fancy armor and your bona fides. There's this whole ceremony, and he wasn't there, so he probably washed out near the end. Which that was kind of a bummer for a lot of people, but it happens. This is not an easy job. But you see him there; he's bleeding in your arms.
Is he alive? Who has good scientia? That's where medicine is.
Mine is 10, so not fantastic.
Yeah, same. Let's see if we can't staunch his bleeding, patch him up a little bit,
Yeah. Let's try.
get him into. Yeah.
He already looks like he's knocking at the entrance to Hades' realm, so probably can't hurt him.
Ooh, the gods intervened for me.
Oh, the
Nice.
gods intervened. I have to check. Okay.
I have to do the same roll again. Yeah. 16.
You were, with the assistance of the other two, you're just barely able to keep him on this side of the mortal. You were able to keep him on this mortal coil. Only just. He's lost a lot of blood, and running around has not helped him. So it's a lot of waving people over to give you water, and you find someone, you see someone holding fruits, you tell them, give me those fruits, and you're staunching the bleeding, and hey, you give me those herbs real quick, and you're desperately getting them to move stuff. He's been gutted practically. Without magical intervention, this guy will be dead inside of a few days.
Oh my god. Well, we know a good, comfortable place to take him to.
But you just have this moment, this clarity of that I know how to save him. If you didn't roll that high, he was gonna die in your arms.
Oof.
You just barely knew, as if the fates intended for you to keep his life here. You just kind of Custode, closer, please. Or I pass out. Please.
I'll lean over. What is it, Titus?
Don't
Exhaust yourself.
Found the second seal. They're feeding it memories. I have to kill him. You have to kill. He passes out.
Who?
Trap.
Admiral Akbar, no!
The Legionnaire next to you just stares at this because he's completely out of his depth. You showed a showcase of Lex Arcana medical knowledge that it's just beyond him. It's like, what the hell just happened to you? Is he dead? He says, uncertain, because he doesn't know what you did.
Not yet, but unless we can get some intervention from the gods, he will be soon. Is there a true healer in this town?
He looks like he's about to say something, and he stops himself as he stares at you because he knows you're Lex Arcana.
Out with it!
Well, there's a surgeon that works out of the inn, over there. They say he works miracles, but I don't know if it's forbidden or not. I didn't check. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But that's the only one I know that could do really difficult healing.
Come, Corvus.
Where is
You take one shoulder. I'll take the other. Let's move.
Yep. Come on, man. You and your men help us carry him into the inn.
Right. What are you all gawking
I'll
at?
go-
Shoo! And people are like, okay.
I'll go find the surgeon.
Now we
will
discover
stay.
the scalpel.
And with that,
I'll go.
blend it there.
Da-da-da.
Oops. Helps if I bring them with you. There we go.
Now that's 2 episodes in a row where we haven't had to fight or lost any pietas. So it's coming.
This, I think, is the far
there
more
was some-
normal vein of a Lex Arcana investigation. And although I
Poking
will say
around.
you have evaded a few potential deadly encounters, some of your own making, but
You mean the Tribune, please?
Yeah.
Come on.
I don't know.
Well, it's
murdering a-
Tiberius. It's all about Tiberius's friendly nature.
With that
That's
end,
how we
for,
avoid things.
for all of you watching out there, thank you very much for watching. For those of you playing, thank you very much for playing. And we'll see you again next time. Bye.
Sweet. Yeah, I'm digging the interviewing and investigation. Although, my God, my notes that I look through are getting longer and longer and longer.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at it. It's a slow burn.
Yeah. Very investigating. Found
Didn't
the
have to
second
don my
scene.
armor for 3 sessions now. That's crazy.
That's why I found it funny when you drew your axe on that tribune. I was like, oh, what? What's happening?
Oh, come on. How was I supposed to react? She's in a temple of Mars, and she's also the one that banished all the priests. Like, the first reaction is, what the hell are you doing? Get out of this temple, you heretic.
I'll just brandish steel at you, threaten you with violence. Like, I'm a Legionnaire officer. What are you doing?
Well, but Mars liked it.
Oh, yeah, Mars didn't mind. She minded.
Well, I care more about Mars than her opinion.
Do you? Do you? Because you don't. That doesn't seem like you do most of the time.